ancient misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat earth in its place. Here comes the smackdown. Science on our side. Flat earth beats on, it's all pretend. But facts will be denied. Get ready for the smackdown. Get ready for the smackdown. They'll lie while the earth spins around. Watch out for smackdown. They cling to ancient misconceptions. We've got truth in our possession. No room for doubt, no time to waste. It's time to put flat earth in its place.
Welcome everybody. I had a little boo-boo there. This is my second time with Restream.io. I hope it's all looking good now. I got a couple things out of place. You'll see the screen's a little weird. I just gotta update that. It'll take a second. But I hope you are all ready. I'll give you a little intro on what this is as soon as I get this fixed here. There we go. Is that looking a little better? Almost. There you go. How's that? Looking better. Welcome to Tuesday night. It's always Tuesday night here, even on a Thursday. So this should be live on five platforms. So I didn't quite get. I need to figure out, so I don't do it again, how precisely to do a second live stream through Restream.io. So anyway, yeah, I misspelled it. Like hold on. I put the fun in funeral. Hold on. There it is. That's not it. Gosh. All right. Okay. There we go. So, all right. Tommy Grunwald, what are you doing up now? It's the middle of the night for you. So, well, is the other stream should be done. I set it to private, or not to private, to unlisted. But let me double check here, and if it's running, I'll just have to end it. I don't know what that's about. Oh no, that's still. That one says it's upcoming. I've got 3 That doesn't say live. Only one that says live. So anyway, okay. Oh, I can unlist that one. Ooh, that was a mess. Okay. So, all right. Put the first 4 letters in analysis. Yes. Okay. So let's start over. Pretend none of that happened. And who knows if it's running on all the platforms or not. I don't know. I'm not going to check. I can't. So, for 160 years, flat earthers have been saying the same thing about the shape of the earth. They've been saying it's a pizza pie. It's the shape of a pizza. They've said for 160 years that the North Pole is in the middle of this pizza and that the sun does circles around it every day. And that every year the sun, the radius of that circle moves in and out and in and out. What keeps the sun up? Magic. What makes the sun change its radius? Magic. Why does the sun set even though it's well above the surface of the flatness? Magic. Everything's magic, and flat earthers for 160 years have been gullible and not understood basic elementary geometry enough to say, wow, that doesn't make a lick of sense at all. And so this has left the target market for flat earthers is not smart people. Basically, people that are not smart. Sorry if that describes you, or if you've exited, then good for you. Anyway, so now if you go to the outside perimeter of the pizza, if you go to the crust of the pizza and stand there and I've got some tea Earl Grey hot. Thank you, Replicator. I appreciate that. It's too hot. I'll set it down. If you go to the outside perimeter of that pizza and you looked at the sun, you should always see the sun. Of course, it could never set, but for magic reasons, it does set. Whatever magic that is, it's too far away. Well, then certainly when you're on the crust of that pizza, the sun is too far away for a lot of the time. It doesn't matter whether it's on the inside of the radius of of circles around of the North Pole or on the outside perimeter. You're still farther away from it. You're significantly outside the perimeter of that circle it's doing. So that's a great way to test if this 160-year-old claim is true. You go to the crust. They call it Antarctica. They claim that Antarctica is a circle around the outside of this pizza. And you go there and you look to see, does the sun, as that should, stay up and just be to the north, or magic, stay up and set for magic reasons? Who knows? Or does it do what the globe predicts and you'd see it south of you? Well, I went there and I saw the sun south of me. Now, flat earthers are in a cult. And it's a cult. Here's why. Because no flat earther has ever, in all of the 160 years of this claim being in existence, produced anyone that went to the crust, the perimeter, and said, hey, right at the time of year when the globe says that the sun should set at a location, or not set, sorry, when the globe says the sun should not set at a location where the globe says it should not set. Never has a flat earther gone there and said, I saw it set. It's never happened once, never once. They've never even claimed to have anybody in 160 years that went there and saw it. Nothing. It is pure blind faith religious belief that caused flat earthers to think that the sun set in Antarctica when at the time of year at the location when the globe requires that it doesn't. So we went there at that time and the sun did not set. obviously it messed things up for them. And what it has done is it has been a distillation process. Flat earthers have been distilled. When you distill, you purify. And the purification has been a purification of the morons and the grifters. So the people that were less inclined, they weren't quite moron enough, and they weren't quite grifter enough. They have since left. And some of the people that have left, of course, has been Jaron, one of the most well-known flat earthers ever. He's was about 9.5 years he'd been a flat earther when that trip happened. Robbie Davidson, he left flat earth. He's of similar longevity in the community. He ran 4 flat earth conventions. Patricia Steer has left flat earth. She was the sidekick to Mark Sargent, the forlorn love interest for Mark Sargent, the friend zone person for Mark Sargent. Who else? Paul on the Plane. Paul on the Plane had a podcast for quite a while. He has since announced that he has left Flat Earth. The first one that I know of, the earliest one, was Shifty Eye Shady, who may or may not be in the chat right now. And Shifty has said on a slightly different topic that he intends to do a class action lawsuit or some sort of lawsuit against Flat Earth Dave. Flat Earth Dave has an app where flat earthers can find each other, and it stores your information, like your location on the globe and your email address and your password. And Flat Earth Dave 4.5 months ago was informed that his app is leaking all that data. Since then, he has not fixed it. It is still leaking that data. Flat Earth Dave, at this moment, to my knowledge, at least earlier today, was in Mexico. How do I know that he was in Mexico? Well, let's just say that his app is leaky. So I'm curious to find out if Dave has an update today on being able to fix it. So let's just give him a little ringy dingy here and see if he has anything to say. So calling Dave right now. So all right.
You've reached the voicemail of David
went
White.
right to
Please leave your name and number,
voicemail.
and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thanks.
At the tone, please record your message.
Okay, all
When
right.
you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey, Dave, it's Toon again. Hey, I'm just an update here, checking to see if you have yet fixed your app. It's still leaking. How do I know it's leaking? Well, you're in Mexico, aren't you? How do I know you're in Mexico? Well, let's just say your app is leaking. Anyway, Shifty Eye Shady, somebody that's been on my channel for a while, who was a flat earther, but after the trip to Antarctica is no longer flat earther. Well, he is he's looking to sue you. So can I just want to make sure that I get the stuff connected. I want him to be able to connect to you. Give me a call back and let's just chit chat about how he can file that lawsuit. Anyway, thanks a lot for all the laughs, Dave. But no thanks for leaking everybody's data. Love you. Bye. All right, there we go. We'll see. Drunk Debunk says, I'll give you my logins for my Google Voice so you can use a different number. I have a different number. That was my Skype number. I can call on my my Google Voice. I haven't done that yet. And I got a burner phone. I like to call it my burner phone. But I got it for WhatsApp, because WhatsApp will not take a Google Voice number, and I didn't want to give away my regular phone number. So it's been good because I've been able to log into different things with a secondary account. That helps a ton. So Tommy says Skype is closing down soon. Really? I don't know. I have a UK phone number for Skype, so I should leak the potatoes phone, says Boston Concerts. I can't do that. That's what Dave does. I don't think that Dave has his phone number in his app. But you know what? I suppose I could check. How can I check? I'm not saying. Not saying how I might know that. Let's see here. That, no, that's definitely not going to work to search that way. Just a second. But then we're going to get to the important stuff here. All right. Now, who knows regular expressions? I'm searching for a phone number. 222 dot star and then 4 more digits. There we go. Rep is running. Oh, we've got oh no, see, that's, man, I need to do more. All right, hold on. I gotta get the area code to dot star. Okay, here we go. This should really clear it up. And it's not looking like he does not have his phone number in his app. So I cannot say go to his app to get his phone number because he didn't put it in there. So Rossi says, I bet this $2 that Dirth is in the chat. Oh, good idea. Hi, Dirth. How you doing? Hey, call me up. You know my number. Just ring-a-ding. And no, I'm looking, Bob, I'm not looking for a phone number like that. I'm looking for a very specific phone number. But who knows if there's a dash between it or a space or nothing between it. So I just used a dot star. So 3 digits, dot star, 3 digits, dot star, 4 digits. Didn't have it. But it's probably not that difficult to get his phone number. It wasn't hard for me. I went to this place you may have heard of called Google. Did not take long. So anyway, I'm sure he'll call me back. He's good, right? He's good for it. So anyway, there has been a bit of a shakeup in Flat Earth, and a bunch of big names have left, and it's distilled out those that aren't the pure flat earthers, right? And some flat earthers are like, this is good. No, what it does is it purified it. The ones that weren't super grifty, that weren't like making money on it, they left. And the ones that weren't really dumb, the ones that were a little bit smarter, they left. And so who's left? Well, you've got the extreme grifters and the extreme dumb ones. And to be fair, you've got the extreme ones that are hyper religious about it and don't like to. They're like, the Bible says the earth is flat. It doesn't. There is exactly 0 verses that say the earth is flat. You need to be very creative and guided in your interpretation of the Bible to come to the conclusion that it says the earth is flat. Similarly, there are people that say that claim that the Bible says the earth is concave and that they live inside of it. Are they correct in addition to the flat earthers? Of course not. It's just this heavily, steered interpretation of it. So, Icy Spin says, do you have any pallbearers? I volunteer. So I had tried, so somebody, Dracula Count, I'm just going to say it that way, suggested a particular pallbearer from the country of Ghana with a song as the intro to this, and I tried, but it was copyrighted. I would get, I couldn't monetize this video, so no. Justin Measure says, but Toon, Dave said it's safe. Would he lie? Of course he would lie. That's his shtick. So let me get this. The thing is that since leaving, the other part of it confirming that it's a cult is how people get treated when they leave. And when they leave, they get treated poorly. Of course, lots and lots of people will claim that that they were shills. I find it incredibly hilarious that somebody would be in for 9 or 8 years into a movement, and that after this time, they exit. They're like, I knew you were fake the whole time. You were always a plant. Really? 9 years of their life, and you're like, I knew you were a plant. Boy, that is some dedication to acting, isn't it? Well, no, that's not. Anyway, so here is, I'll give you a little sampling of the response to Robbie Davidson on his Facebook posts. And so this is, we've got a collection of a couple here. Now, Robbie Davidson was a rather religious guy, is still, and was a Bible literalist and was hyper literal about it. And that's how he supported his position that the earth was flat. And he's since left that. So there are a lot of religious flat earthers, of course, that now are making claims like this here. Religious claims like that he's, this says poor actors for money and soul to hell. So this guy thinks that Robbie Davidson, that's his this Thangpong Pilam, his religion says that if Robbie Davidson leaves flat earth, that Robbie Davidson goes to hell. Same thing for Douglas Ott. He says that denying flat earth equals denying God. Douglas Ott has equated right here on screen. Here's the formula, right? You take out denying on both sides, right? You cancel, divide by denying on both sides, and you just get, for him, flat earth equal God. That's Douglas Ott's formula. Then we've got this disgusting one. And it's no surprise to see this. I won't be reading that. I'll let you read that yourself. Is this really? This is cult. This is pure cult. That's how cults act, right? I have some others here. Let me see. We've got, so that's to Paul on the Plane. Sorry, that's to Robbie Davidson. And then just a couple here to, this is to Paul on the Plane on YouTube. So Celebrate Truth is the one I just showed you. Celebrate Truth is the name of the channel owned by Robbie Davidson. Of course, everybody's a shill that they don't like. And then here is, of course, the same type of claim. Now, if you don't quite know what that means, if you remember that QAnon stuff, the basis for all of their claim was that everybody had gotten trapped in a video with some particular age of person, and that's how they made politicians do the things that they wanted them to do. That's what they claimed. And so that's what Just Barry is claiming Paul on the Plane did. Disgusting. Just Barry, you are evil. This is what evil people do. This is what people in a cult do. So, is that gross? Yes, that's absolutely gross. It's disgusting. It's horrible. People don't do that. Normal people don't do that, right? If they're so extreme about flat Earth somebody dare not actually look at evidence and come to a conclusion that's different than them. So anyway, what has happened? Well, I'll tell you what happened. The remnants of the distillation process, the people that have remained committed, and like I said, they're the ones that are either really dumb, really grifty, or hyper religious about it. And that's who's left. And so we have one of them, Sean Griffin, who is basically matches all three of those, right? He's in all three of those Venn diagrams. He's really dumb. He's extremely grifty, and he's hyper religious about it. The name of his channel is Kingdom in Context. He fancies himself to understand the Bible better than anyone else. And he is the only one that can inform anybody on what it means. He knows better than everybody, at least in his own head. So he called together a roundtable. We're going to watch some of that tonight. Now, that video was taken down from his channel. He hid that video. And I have a copy that's a lower resolution copy, thanks to Max, MXXD from Uruguay. And this is just the beginning part, because after we get into the beginning, I've got a different copy. The beginning of the other copy is missing. There is no live chat available on this one. It's just the video. But I've got the live chat, which is gone forever because he edited it. He like downloaded it and re-uploaded an edited version of it, which does not include the live chat. He doesn't, I mean, I put the live chat here on the screen so people can see it later. So anyway, we're going to watch a little bit of it here and see, I'll play it a little faster here. You can see how big I had to make it, but he does introduce a few people. I'll do my best to introduce who they are because some of them are a little more obscure. Yeah, be super diligent to his mods messages. He's very prone to block people. Oh, did you miss anything? You did not. Oh, I know what I did. Oh, I did. All right, hold on. To OBS. There we go. All right.
John, thanks for hosting us. Appreciate it. This is going to be good getting all of us back together.
Absolutely.
And talking about, life.
Absolutely. Yeah. Welcome. And next, we
Honestly, who was really sad about not hearing Dearth talk?
also have our brother Rick Cummers here. Hello.
Hey guys, how's it going? Good to be here. Thank you.
All right, Rick. Sounds good. Looks good. Well, welcome.
Got everything. Take my headband off.
We also have
Okay, so Rick Hummer is a longtime flatty. He's part of FE Core, which stands for Flat Earth Core. Later, they changed the meaning of Flat Earth Core to be Field Engineer Core, but everybody knows what they mean. So they tried to change the name of it because they were having some issues with it being a non-profit, I think.
Ian Leahy is joining us today. Welcome, brother.
Hey, hi. Thanks very much. Thanks for having me. Should be
I don't know who Ian is here. Sorry.
interesting. See how we get on here. Putting Flat Earth back where it should be.
Awesome. And then we also have Matt Long. Welcome, brother.
Let me flip here. Welcome.
Matt Long from his car. Matt Long is a religiflerf. He's a good buds with Flat Earth Dave on the Crapto coin that Dave has done. Matt Long also ran for governor of whatever state he's in. So people that sometimes comment on my videos like, why don't you just ignore them and they'll go away? Well, Matt Long ran for governor. So did Dean Odell ran for governor. And so did, what's her name? I forgot her name. Lady who from Georgia who ran for governor. So three that I know about Three that I know about ran for governor of their state. So tell me, do you want to live in a state with a flat earther as the governor? There is one flat earther I know of that is on the school board of their public school. He just got back on after he was booted a few years ago. Do you want your kids or anybody else's kids in a school where a flat earther is on the school board? What would they do if they got the ability to affect the curriculum? What would they do? You think about that.
Come back
Oh yeah, Icy Spin. Candace Taylor ran for governor in Georgia. So there you go. There's the three. There's probably more.
to the Flat Earth podcast.
Flip the other way. There you go, man.
There you go. And also we have Ken from Hanging on His Words. Welcome, brother.
Hey, brother. Thanks for having me on. I appreciate it.
Oh, look at that. We've got right now on screen 2 of the pizza maps that I mentioned. On screen right now.
Calling in from Nova Scotia, Canada. Welcome. And Joe Hamby.
How's it going, brother?
3 pizza maps.
Good to see you. Now we have other people are going to be piling in a little bit.
So Joe Hanvey, you may know, has recently made all sorts of claims about this dome thing that he has, where he puts a dome like this over the pizza map, and then from the outside, he gets a flashlight and moves it around the top, and then from the outside over here, he zooms in on this area here, and he's like, oh look, there's it follows a pattern like this. There's so you can see the sun reflecting in here. Like, it's just reflecting here. And you're outside the dome. You don't claim to be outside the dome. You claim to be inside the dome. So put the camera inside the dome at the perimeter right here. Right? That's where we were in Antarctica. And we saw the sun go this direction, right in the middle where they say it actually is. And we saw it over here. That way. We saw it that way. Joe Hanvey lies. Common thing. All right, there we go. That's the panel for now. They add more later.
But we got a wonderful crew to start out right now. There's been a lot of talk, not just in the FE community, but also in the mainstream media about FE once again. We've come back in the news cycle. It is seems to be all the rage, some by manufactured press release, some by organic discussion. So we wanted to kind of talk about some of the concepts that brought this to the forefront of not just national discussion, but also before Congress in 2018, when YouTube had to figure out a way to suppress this information, willfully, openly stating that to Congress that they had to figure out a way to stop this. At one point, this topic was trending in the search algorithms as much as Donald Trump, which is
as Horizon's View just said, and we'll get a mod for that. They'll lie. Trending as much as Donald Trump, really? Don't think so. He's just lying.
Absolutely amazing. And it seems to be doing that once again with all the latest experimentation and discussion. So we are excited. And we have another guest jumping in real quick. Mr. D. Marble. Welcome, brother.
Oh, my goodness. D. Marble. Do you know who D. Marble is? D. Marble is one of the OG flatties, and he left. He left to do a Ponzi scheme scam. And I think that all fell apart. So, yeah. There's that. Okay. I'm just checking things here. Yeah, he's back. I haven't heard of him for quite a few years. And if I'm not mistaken, is there another pizza map on the wall behind him? I don't know. But, okay, we're switching over here to the other one because it's got the live chat on the screen. And we've caught up to where this one is. So, we're actually a little bit, yeah, there's D Marble. So, all right. And so we can see some of this on the screen here, some of the chat on the screen. And how do I have this? Thanks to Wolfie6020. He did a screen recording of this. So, no, D Marble did not go to jail. That's ODD TV, who you're thinking of.
Good to see you. That's brilliant, guys.
Yeah. So I think what today we want to do is just get together and kind of lay out maybe address some of the things that have come up recently that people think are antagonistic or refuting of the entire concept of the flat Earth, or a huge portion of Christians call it biblical cosmology. And then also maybe just remind people of some of the foundational concepts and experiments that have been done that's led so many people.
Experiments that have been done. Ooh, I can't wait
to believe we are on a flat, stationary, immovable plane, and it's not a ball in space as we were taught as children. We also have Nathan Thompson joining the stage. Welcome, brother.
Gross.
Nathan, he's there.
Gross. Nathan Thompson can't help he can't help himself. He tries to be relevant.
Is he there?
Frozen. See him. I see something.
Nathan, are you there? Okay, Nathan, just I guess chime in whenever you get better signal. Dave, would you like to? What are some of your initial thoughts, brother?
So my initial thoughts are, this entire TFE was the final experiment. If the sun does this, then that. If the sun doesn't do this, then that. That's classic neurolinguistic programming.
It's just going based on what Dave said. This was beautiful. Dave multiple times has said that the sun doing things like going around in circles does not work for flat Earth. He said that. It's not, nobody's doing any neuralistic programming. That's his words.
Where you're storing the information, the base is, this is the final experiment, and now we're going to argue about the results. It's not an experiment. We know all of that, and sure, if the sun set, that would be interesting, and if the sun circles, that's also very interesting. And to say that the sun's circling means that we live on a globe, it comes with all of the other globe baggage. It comes with it all. People upside down, spinning, whirling, twirling. The sun is a gas ball in a space vacuum with gravity that holds on to Pluto, but ignores
all of these things, which are empirically confirmed, and all of the baggage for flat Earth. What keeps the sun up? Don't know. What's the sun made of? Don't know. How does the sun set? Don't know. How big is the sun? Don't know. Why does the sun remain the same size all day long? Don't know. What keeps the moon up? Why is the moon not change dramatically in size? What about flight paths? Why do they not work? Why does long range surveying require usage of the globe? All of this baggage that comes with flat Earth that they can't answer. Every single thing that he listed, we can answer. He doesn't understand. And that's the problem, because he is two things. He's a grifter and he's dumb. He's not religious unless you count his love of money.
Or our moon. I can go on. I can take excuse me. I could take another hour just talking about all the baggage that comes with it, and all of a sudden, none of that matters. So that's my biggest issue, to start with. And yes, many of us said, if the sun circles, that means the Earth is a globe. Well, we were wrong. I mean, that was a statement before. I made that statement in 2015, 16.
Yes. So you're going to go back on that? Turns out you were wrong then? This is the thing. If he was wrong then, why would he not be wrong now? What would make him think that his line of reasoning that he took then and the line of reasoning that he took now, what fixed it? What did he do differently? Nothing. He was wrong before, he's wrong now. He should learn from that and realize he does not have a valid opinion on it. He is not well prepared. He is not qualified to figure these things out. But no, the money drives him.
Where I thought the sun was a physical, there we go. The sun was a physical object in the sky, and I no longer believe that. So
why? Why would he give that up? What evidence convinced him of this? Did he see evidence that the sun is not physical? No. It contradicted his position. His position of needing more money from his app.
My final point is, I'll throw it back, is on a flat Earth, we could have our sun as a projected point of energy, a reflection. There's a whole bunch of ideas of what the sun could be.
There you go. A whole bunch of ideas. And this is how desperate it is. Think about that. Ideas. So there's an idea that the sun is physical. And people have done a whole lot of experiments to confirm that. Never has that been falsified. Never has there been an experiment that's like, no, that doesn't look like the sun's physical. Of course it's physical. If it's not physical, what is the sun? Spiritual? Is it a ghost? Oh my God.
And they're all theories. But in the globe model, you have a physics-defying gas ball in a space vacuum that has...
Dave, the salesman, is lecturing people on physics.
Gravity, selective gravity. And I asked a group of people...
I'm done spending an obscene amount of money on data every done.
I'm getting back on track with Factor. Fresh, never frozen meals with air fresh.
All right, so we get the ads with it.
The boss is next. You guys can just jump in at will. Whoever's got some of the comments say.
I just wanted to go back, if you don't mind, when you were saying at the beginning, Sean, about the numbers and the metrics, whether it's related to the TFE or not, but I think you might all remember that in June of 2023, there were metrics from TikTok with a search criteria of, I think it was 4.5 billion for the search term flat Earth. Now, you have to understand that I think if the TFE was the con that we think it probably was, then they're trying incredibly hard. And I spoke with Mark the other night, and we said, for 10 years as such, this last awakening of flat Earth in the last decade, it's been unabated. It's just been completely rampant. And now metrics are showing up like they used to. What they used to be able to do is censor us like they did with flat Earth on YouTube. And like you said, with the congressional hearings and all those things. But TikTok's a different sort of platform. And once those metrics have been released, that's numbers that they can't really contain. So I'm wondering if anything, and part of the TFE thing is this outward, overtly sort of censorship, because they've never done it before. They've never done something this overt. And it's going to be hard to contain all these numbers.
Just one more thing is, this is all about hiding the globe lie. The moon landing was about hiding the globe lie. And it's the most important thing they have is hiding the globe lie, because when you see through the globe lie...
You'll notice that Dave jumps in a lot here. And of course, Dave is nervous. Dave is a long-haired cat in a room full of rocking chairs. To quote Uncle Jesse. He's nervous. He's getting he's got a little bit of heat from a couple directions here. Number one, the final experiment completely goes directly to his grift. If he can't get new people to buy his app and to hook into his annual subscription, then he can't go on multi-week long vacations to Mexico anymore. His boat he may have to get rid of his boat. Right? It's tough. It's tough for him. He was hoping on his crypto coin to be his retirement plan. He has said that his crypto coin, he wants to be his retirement plan. Well, his crypto coin has tanked. I think in part because it's tied tightly to his app, and his app has had a little bit of security problems, if you know what I mean. So. Icy Spin. This is Cottonmouth City right here. Loved it. Anyway, so Dave is really, really nervous, as he should be, right? He's got TFE threatening his app. He's got his app that's got a bunch of security flaws in it. He's got this is just a few days ago, so I don't know if he really has. I don't think it has sit in yet. The massive financial liability that he has in Europe. GDPR that may or may not have been contacting him, may or may not be doing any investigations yet. I don't know. But if you are in Europe and in a place where the GDPR applies, you can download the app, spend $3. It may be worth it. You may consider being worth it. Put in an email address you don't mind being leaked, a password that is a unique password. Your password should always be unique, and so you should never worry if your password's leaked. There's ways to manage it, password managers. And then launch the app and give it permission to get your location, but do it at a spot where you don't mind leaking your location. So if you're concerned about it being at your home, don't do it at home. Do it in a public area. That's what I've done. And then wait for Dave to leak your data. then you can report them to the GDPR. If you're interested in that. Also, and I mentioned it in a video on my Conspiracy Tunes channel a little bit ago, GDPR rules, as well as most other countries, but GDPR is like kind of the leader in this. You can ask an app what data they have on you, and specifically like all of the data. What do you have stored about me? And they have to answer. In according to the GDPR rules in Europe, they have 30 days to answer. In the United States, different states have different rules. You'd have to look up your rules, but most of them have that. Most of the English-speaking major countries have the same thing. Australia, Canada, even South Africa has pretty good rules on that. So New Zealand. So you can do the same thing there. Look up to see what it is. And then as soon as you give the data in, you can then shoot an email off and say, hey, I need you to tell me what data you have on me and how you plan to use it. And if they don't do it, you can report them. So, and then finally, Shifty Eye Shady is working on a lawsuit, possibly join a class action lawsuit. So if he leaks your data, so this then goes right to it. If he leaks your data, it's been 4.5 months. He's had to fix it, and he hasn't fixed it. Then you can join the class action lawsuit. Yay! Everybody wins except for Dearth. Dearth loses because Dearth is a loser. So, yeah. So definitely a good password. I mean, if you're gonna have a password, and this is a good one right here by Tim Gargak, says password Dearth is a scammer. I know you can't see that on screen, and I've managed to mangle my screen, actually. Wasn't gonna do that. All right, hold on. Okay, there we go. There we go. Okay. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Did it go to the? It didn't go to the bottom. I don't know where it went. So I modified the screen here. This layout here, I modified on the fly, and then I thought I duped it. I didn't dupe it. Wow. What did I do? How did I mess that up? I don't know. You were here. You watched. I'm gonna blame you. All you. Anyway, so you can join the lawsuit. Anyway, you can get on, if you're interested in joining Shifty Eye Shady, you can find on X. So there you go. Witsit should get in on that lawsuit. Yeah, he should. His password was leaked, and apparently lost a little bit of money from it. So okay, here we go. Oh, we got Run Boston Bear is there.
You disconnect from their heliocentric mind matrix, and they're holding nothing back, trying to stop it. So that's how I see it.
They don't want you finding God, right? They spend money and time and everything they can possibly do to invert it. So they don't want you finding that.
Yeah, and I think Ian, to jump on top of that, nothing has really changed for me because Scripture hasn't changed, which is what.
But Scripture doesn't say that the Earth is flat. That's the crazy thing about all this. The Bible doesn't say that.
My flat Earth journey was very much based upon, and so it even really kept me from even following the TFE stuff very much because I just wasn't that interested in it because I knew that what was written down wasn't going to change. Now I'm fully following it because it's the most exciting, dramatic thing that I've seen in a while. It's actually been fun to watch. So, but yeah, I think the Bible is still a flat Earth book, and it will always be a flat Earth book, and that's what I ground my truth in.
What verse says the Earth is flat? Man, and look at these people. You got Hanvey, you got Ken, and I can't make out if D Marble has a Gleason map. It looks like the Gleason map on the wall behind them there. And of course Dave does, right? They're What have flat earthers said since the final experiment? Oh, that's not, you've only falsified one model. And these idiots still have that same model up on their walls. They worship that model. They worship that map. It is their golden calf, right? Even though it's impossible, they still just can't get enough of it.
So my world has not really been shaken. It definitely hasn't been moved. That's for sure.
We live in this incredible system. I say it's a soul system, a system made for souls. And our minds are infinitely expansive. But when you add the globe to that, it literally cuts you off from your connection because it is a satanic model of limitation and disconnection from the creator. And when we start looking at all of the
just for reference, Dave is not a religious person. He says this for money.
Measurements and everything, there's too many. There's a preponderance of evidence that we're on a level, non-rotating, stationary plane.
If you look at the argument from the globe side to their argument is always, and always has been, look at the sky.
Why not?
They're saying, well, all the planets are round.
Yeah.
Or the 24-hour sun or the 24-hour moon, or what about this flight? They're always talking about look up at the sky. And so for me, like as a flat earther, when I very first started figuring it out, I realized right away they had used the sky to build the lie. So it's odd to me.
What lie?
A light in the sky doing something that people don't.
That's what's crazy. What lie? What is it? Why can't you use the lights in the sky? They never explain that. They just say you can't. Sean Hibbler. No, Sean Hibbler's not there. Who you? Yeah, he is preaching to the choir, of course.
Don't fully understand. It's such a point of drama and contention within the community. However, I will say, it's opened the door wide open in a way that just reminds me of Romans 8:28. What has been meant for evil, God is going to use for good, and I see that happening. So I'm with Matt. Like, my faith is in the scriptures. My faith is in Jesus. So
things that don't mention the Earth being flat. We've got joining Dr. Zach, not a doctor. It's crazy. This group of people who poo-poo credentials, people that have actually done the work and actually earned things, that are difficult to earn, and use their brains to do stuff and put in effort and sacrificed in order to get an actual degree. Dr. Zach doesn't have a doctorate. He's just it's stolen valor, basically. So Lord Odin Allfather says, did Dearth really just say that their Tupperware Earth doesn't cut you off from God, but that the vastness of the universe does? Yeah. Now remember, you got to remember, Dearth's God is money. So it makes sense. Perfect sense. The globe cuts Dearth off from his God, money, because then his app doesn't sell. Okay? So yeah, for Dearth, it is true. For other people, no. But for Dearth, yes, absolutely.
That never changes, never has changed, never is going to change. So,
and I think that's the part, I think a lot of us have that same common denominator that, we do have faith, and a lot of us had that prior to. I think part of this whole lie, the whole part of the science that they've been selling us and pushing on us is a movement to, you have to see the correlation between broken homes and everything else that's happened in our country alone. There haven't been a lot of leaders.
Broken homes. There are the divorces in Flat Earth are very sad. The estranged from their family amongst Flat Earthers are very sad. If you go look at my debate with Marissa Keeland, her kid commented on the video just a couple days ago. He or she, I'm not certain, is estranged from their mother. Because she's nuts. Oh yeah.
in the house and keeping people focused on who's most important and what's most important. And if you can get some other kid and these young children for multiple decades to look out there for answers because they believe it's infinite, the more and more that I've read and the more and more that I've seen with
why is it being infinite a problem? That's what it's such an insane thing. There's nothing that any religious person has ever said an infinite universe is a problem. Right? These people, their God is weak and pathetic and only can make a prison. Right? A God that makes an infinite universe is significantly more impressive than a weak and pathetic little snow globe God.
My own eyes and the tests that we've done, I've realized that it's not infinite, it's more intimate. It's an intimate design. It's a place that was designed perfectly for us, and the more and more that you look at the surface, you'll see there's answers in it. It's testable. And when you have to look up to figure out what this is and what the floor is.
We've got Shiloh Carpenter that thinks that we are fooled. Shiloh Carpenter. Right here. Let's see. Shiloh Carpenter. You think that we have been fooled. I mean, where'd it go? Where'd it go? Right there. Shiloh Carpenter, what keeps the sun up? Shiloh Carpenter, what time will the sun set using flat Earth? When is the next lunar eclipse using flat Earth? Geometry. Not sorrow cycles, it's just numerical patterns. Using the geometry of flat Earth, because we use the geometry of the globe and the solar system to determine eclipses, right? Where is that? What is the radius of flat Earth? What is the distance from the North Pole to the equator? And then what is the circumference of the equator? If we're fooled and we can answer all these things and you can't, Shiloh Carpenter, you're the one that's been fooled, right?
There's a problem there. And I honestly think this. I honestly look at it this way. A lot of people that are in flat Earth didn't know about the Southern Star Trails. They didn't know. They had no idea about the Southern Cross. They had no idea that there are certain things that happen in the sky on the other side of the Tropic of Cancer, that this was mind-blowing to them, that they had never seen anything like it. And
that's a great point that he's made here. Great point that you've made, Rick Hummer. Flat Earthers have aggressively tried to withhold that kind of information from other flat Earthers. Rick Hummer, did you know that there was a southern celestial pole? If you did, why didn't you make sure that flat Earthers were not ignorant of that? Right now, Rick Hummer doesn't have a big audience. Maybe Rick could have told Flat Earth Dave, hey, Dave, maybe you should be sure to inform people about that. Right? Dave doesn't make a big deal. He doesn't want people to know that there's a celestial pole in the south that rotates in the opposite direction as the north. He does not want people to know that.
No matter what, I can't understand. Me personally, I can't understand how looking at that takes away what we've already discovered here. Right. And that's something that a lot of people have ignored.
Let me just jump in on that. The motions of the stars can be modeled. Joe Hanvey's model, if Joe Hanvey's model was 100% accurate.
Joe doesn't model the stars. It doesn't. Joe's model does not match what we see in South America, what we saw in Punta Arenas for the stars. It doesn't. And I know that because I did something amazing. I got the same thing as Joe did. I got me a dome. And you see these dots in here? These dots are glow-in-the-dark stickers. Glow-in-the-dark stickers. You want to see a video? Show you a video. My cursor didn't want to move. All right. Go there, go here. So what did I do? I took that dome there and I took a Insta360 camera and I embedded the Insta360 camera in my table by it's got a leaf, and I pulled the leaf apart a little bit, And then I put a piece of tape on the bottom and then set the camera down on it so that the top of the camera was flush with the top of the table. So that then the fisheye lens of the Insta360 was sticking out. And then I put that dome over it. And I rotated the dome to see what Flat Earth predicts. Just like Joe Hanvey does, except I put the camera in the middle. Something that Joe did not do. Why did not Joe do that? Well, we'll see in a second. So here's what you see with the stars rotating when this is essentially sitting at the North Pole or close to the North Pole, somewhere in the Northern Hemisphere. You see the stars rotate about around a central point. Okay, that sort of works. What about this? So here is the same camera, but I've moved the dome. So I've moved it so that the camera is in the southern hemisphere flat. And it's looking sideways there. You see that dot there, right below here. That dot is one of the stickers. It's a star. And the reason why the color is like that is because I used the glow-in-the-dark stickers and a black light so that they're brighter. So, oh no, look at that. It turns, they're all moving laterally. Turn off the sound there. That's what we must see with a dome when in the south. But that's not what we see. Joe Hanvey never put his camera inside the dome because that's what you would see. Yes, and he invented superfluid. There's superfluid up there. What is superfluid? Answer, whatever Joe needs it to be. And Shiloh Carpenter, 8 inches. Here, look. Shiloh Carpenter, look. You're just, like I said, Flat Earth has distilled out anybody that's marginally not dumb, leaving Shiloh Carpenter, who is definitely on the dumb side. 8 inches per mile squared is the only evidence needed. Radius wrong and glob is phone. You mean done. It was over long ago. So that's the wrong formula. So here's the challenge to you, Shiloh Carpenter. Find your best long distance observation where you think 8 inches per mile squared doesn't work right. You can email it to me. You don't need to come on. I'll do it right now. mctoon@mctoon.net. You send me your best one. Just your one. Just start with one, your best one. I will go over right now live how to actually do the application of the globe geometry. I'll teach you how to do it. It's not hard. I'll teach you how to do it. And then we will get the globe prediction for that observation, and then we will compare the prediction to the observation. Then I will ask you after that to provide the flat Earth prediction. And if you can't, then we will mock you more, as you deserve. So mctoon@mctoon.net. So here we go. I got it up. So mctoon@mctoon.net. I'm ready for you. Just to, when you can, just shoot me your very best, Shiloh Carpenter. If you can't, I understand. It will just be you admitting that you were lying about that, which happens. Flat Earthers lie. It's their thing.
It's still just a theory. And so there's lots of different explanations, but what there's not an explanation for other than magical refraction is seeing the Southern Cross from Texas and seeing the North Star.
Seeing the Southern Cross from Texas is so. All right, let's see, is Eric Burns in chat? So who can look up quickly what's the declination of the stars of the Southern Cross? I mean, I can do it too, right? Let me do that. Let me do that quick. So here's what we can do, right? In Texas, we can look at the latitude of Texas, and we can compare the latitude of Texas to the declination of the Southern Cross stars. Declination is in the sky, equivalent to the latitude. A Minecraft player says it could be a nice educational video series where you measure the radius of the Earth and show all the math. Just a thought. Yes, yeah. All right, we've got 60-ish. Ooh, Lisa says 55.68 to 64.70. So 55.68. I'm just going to drop that in here. To negative. So the northernmost would be negative 55.68. Let me see if I got. Yeah. Okay. Let's for simplicity, let's round up to 50. Hold on a second. Which one is it? GA Crux. Gamma Crux is 57. Let's call it 57, all right? Because I have different answers here. I've got 63 and a bit, 60, 57, and 59. So like Alpha Crucis, A Crux is negative 63. So I'm not quite getting the same as you, Lisa, but it's okay. We're in the vicinity, okay? So. All right, Shiloh Carpenter, do you have it? Sky, not Earth. Earth, not sky. Sky, not Earth. Okay, well, I asked you, Shiloh Carpenter, and I'm just going after Dave's claim. But you go ahead, Shiloh Carpenter. I haven't seen your email yet. Your best see too far belief, right? Okay. Here we got Brandon. There we go. All right, so we're going to go with... because it doesn't have to... We're not looking super precise because Texas is very large. We're going to go with 56, okay? We got negative 56. Now, how far away can you see negative 56? Well, we can back up. We can do this, okay? On the equator, you can see negative 90, right on the equator. That's your limit. So we can get a little bit of an idea here, right? You can see 90 degrees. Okay, so we take equator, negative 90, and we're going to shift northbound to Texas, right? So let's go Houston. Okay, where is Houston, Texas? Just the latitude of Houston, to two digits, right? People already probably beat me to it, but Houston, San Antonio, pretty close to each other. Okay, so we've got 29.7, let's call it 30. Okay, that's not southern Texas. That's pretty close to the middle, right? So we've got 30 north. So equator can see 90 degrees south. That's a 90 degree difference. Now here's the challenge, flatties. The math isn't one step. Right? Unless you're going to go do negatives, and that's a bit much for flatties, asking them to do negatives, right? Can they? Of course not. So Texas is 30 degrees north, right? Central Texas, Houston, right? So we can go farther south if we need. 30 degrees north, should be able to see 90 degrees farther south. What's 90 degrees farther south? Well, they're only 30 from the north, from the equator, so you go to 30. And then they've got another 60 to go. So from Houston, you should be able to see anything, any star that has a declination of, ready for this? 60 south. And what is the declination of the Southern Cross that we had determined we're going to check out? 56 south. So that's 4 degrees to spare. Oh dear, Dave. Not a problem at all. 0 refraction needed. You get about a ½ degree maybe with refraction. So there you go. Not a problem, Dave. And this is common. Dave is putting himself up there as an expert, but he's too stupid to do that little bit of math. He could have looked it up, but Dave is an idiot. Now, the next thing he's going to say is a blatant lie. I know where it came from, but it's a blatant lie.
From 30 degrees south, right? The ball has a physical.
So we missed it. I'm going to back it up here.
No matter what, I can't understand, me personally, I can't understand how that, looking at that, takes away what we've already discovered here. Right. And that's something.
Right. So the Rick Hummer's point is looking at that. Things in the sky. Here's Dave.
That a lot of people have ignored.
Let me just jump in on that. You know, the motion of the stars can be modeled. Joe Hanvey's model, if Joe Hanvey's model was 100% accurate, it's still just a theory. And so there's lots of different explanations, but there's not an explanation for, other than magical refraction, is seeing the Southern Cross from Texas.
Okay, so I already determined that it's not a problem at all. Zero refraction needed. Next one. This is great.
And seeing the North Star from 30 degrees south.
Seeing the North Star from 30 degrees south has never happened. That's a blatant lie. Do you know where he got that? Who in the chat knows where he got that? This is I knew instantly where he got that from. I've heard it before. Who has heard that? Seeing Polaris from 30 degrees south. Anybody have that? I'll try to pull it up here quick while I might have the reference quick. Anybody? Not Oakley. Oh, Harry Warp got it. Harry Warp is the first one to answer. Anybody else? No. Nobody else got it. And I gave it away. Ben D. Robot Ham. Yes, Robotum. It was Robotum that said it. And let me see if I can find where he says it in his book. I really would love to find an original copy of his book from 1881. So where is... It might not be easy to... it's in the book, but can I find it quickly is the question. I have a different way to try to find it here. Where? I'll play this while.
Right, the ball has a physical limitation, and oftentimes, with long distance photography, naked eye sightings, we see stuff, and they have to use the magical refraction. Story. If refraction was real, somebody should be able to walk down a city block, take a right-hand turn, and if they went far enough, they'll refract back out, so you can see them on the same avenue.
That's the dumbest thing any human has ever said. I want to play that again because I thought that Dearth had previously said some of the dumbest things ever, but but that was dumber. And I don't understand how he can be that stupid.
You have to use the magical refraction. Story. If refraction was real, somebody should be able to walk down a city block, take a right-hand turn, and if they went far enough, they'll refract back out, so you can see them on the same avenue.
Go walk down a block, take a right-hand turn. If they go far enough, they will refract back out, so you can see them on the avenue. What the hell is that, Dave? You absolute idiot. I gotta, all right, hold on. I'm going to write this down and then I'm going to call him. Dave, I gotta know. I gotta know what you mean by that. It's a little too, what is going on? My cursor, weird. This Chrome window is like stealing my cursor. It won't leave it sometimes. Okay. It's just usually this is the weirdest thing anybody's ever said.
See stuff, and they have to use the magical refraction. Story. If refraction was real.
All right, here we go. If refraction was real, ironically, he says this while wearing glasses.
Somebody should be able to
Oh, he's not wearing glasses right now.
walk down a city block, take a right.
Somebody should be able to walk down a city block,
right-hand turn, and if they went far enough, they'll
take a right hand turn, and if they went far enough,
back out. So you
they should refract back out
can see them on the same avenue.
so you can see them on the same avenue. All right. That's a good one. I'm going to call Dave and ask him, see if he'll see if he can answer. I mean, this is a riddle. What the heck does he mean? Does anybody know? This is a mystery. Okay. All right. Here we go. Calling him.
You've reached the voicemail of David Weiss. Please leave your name and number, and I'll get back to you as soon as I can. Thanks.
At the tone, please record your message. When you have finished recording, you may hang up or press 1 for more options.
Hey there, Potato. It's Toon again. So you were just saying on this roundtable thing, you said, quote, if refraction was real, somebody should be able to walk down a city block and take a right-hand turn, and if they went far enough, they should refract back out so you could see them on the same avenue, unquote. That doesn't make any bit of sense at all. Of course, refraction is real. You wear glasses. Refraction is real. But how is it? What the hell does that mean? I'm really curious. If you could just maybe call me back, shoot me an email, maybe do a video just explaining what you mean when you said that, because that is the most insane thing I think you've said ever. It might beat your spectroscopy needs a container asinine claim. Anyway, that's it for now. Love you. Bye. Okay. Well, yeah, if you circumnavigated Evil Duck says it's pretty straightforward. He's saying that light will refract around buildings if you walk far enough because he's that stupid. It doesn't make sense. It's just, wow.
Doesn't happen.
Yeah, and I think that's...
Yeah, I mean, fundamentally, from the start as well, like, if we want to talk about special pleading, fundamentally from the start, who has a better model than we do? We have a container.
It's a better model. We have a container. Oh, okay.
So we have something that holds water. We have something that holds gas pressure. And then we also have, with the container, to even have light, you need a container, a medium, and a charge. So we have the...
Whoa. Oh, my gosh. These people are so dumb. So Dave is a washed up salesman. He all of his career has sold things, right? He worked at a printing company, sold, printed stuff. And then he worked at a solar panel company. It's kind of a hard sell. Hold on. I've got an angry orange cat. Interruption. All right, cats always get the interruption. What do you think, kitty? Meow. What do you think? Where's your meows? We need the meows. Now he's quiet? There we go. Yeah, this, just for reference, turtle smarter than Dearth. Yeah. There we go. Yeah. He's basically Garfield, except he won't eat lasagna. This cat is the pickiest cat ever. He will actually, he'll catch a mouse and then not eat it. The other cat will just, the smaller cat, half the size, will just be like, I'll take it. Gone. Seriously. He'll catch the mouse and then play with it. And then we'll give him cheese, we'll give him milk. What's he do? He looks at it and says, nah. I want dry food.
He's so picky.
He's super picky. All right, there you go. All right, thank you.
My God.
Oh, did Shiloh got timed out? Why did Shiloh get timed out? What did Shiloh say? Oh, Shiloh said I'm back. Okay, but Shiloh, did you send me your best long distance I got an email from flatearther80@gmail.com. I have undeniable proof that the earth is flat. I'm willing to be convinced otherwise, though. It looks flat to me no matter how much I try. Is that you, Shiloh Carpenter? Oh my gosh. Your name is flatearther80@gmail.com. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. So Fishy Fish says Polaris is on page 41 of the book. Well, I have the book open. So let me look at the book. Page 41. Okay. Cancel this. Page 41. And it has been examined where that came from, and it's typical of flat earthers that they just accept whatever they need to accept. I don't see it on page 41 of the book I'm looking at is the one from 1881, and it's the page number listed on the printed version, not on the PDF. So page 40 of the PDF, or sorry, 41 of the PDF, doesn't have it either. So let me look here at my other source here. 18. Page 276. No, that's not it. Citing from latitudes far beyond the because he's got 3 copies of his book. The first one's like a pamphlet in 1861, and then there's 1865. He expanded it, and 1881 is the one that most people reference. Never the exact coordinates. So none of these are exact according to this. Does he say it? Hundreds of miles. Nothing. Okay, so I don't know if that's specific. So the thing is, who said that? That was Fishy Fish says the Polaris being visible from tropical Capricorn is on page 41. You can find the book on Archive. So the book I have is that it's actually kind of difficult to find a scan of the book. The copy I have is a reprinted, it's remanufactured. It's all typeset on a computer. It's not actual scans of the pages. Fishy Fish. But yeah, if tell you what, Fishy Fish, you're a moderator now, so you can post a link to the PDF if you have a PDF, and I can grab that PDF and look at it. I have several copies. I have the actual the HTML version of it from Sacred Books, or Sacred Texts. But yeah, where does Dearth get that? I guess I could call him. I could call and ask him. So, all right, Fishy Fish gave the link to the one on archive.org. The 1865 one. Okay. That would make more sense. Because I was looking at the wrong one. So, and when you say it, the difference is, of course, the PDF copy has different page numbers than the actual printed one. So page 41 of the PDF is page 36 of the printed one, which does not have. So I'll go down to printed page 41, see what we get there. Printed page 41. If the Earth is a sphere and the pole hangs over the northern axis, it would be impossible to see it for a single degree beyond the equator or 90 degrees from the pole. The line of sight would become a tangent to the sphere, and consequently, okay, so this is it. I'll pull this one. It's page 41 of the printed copy. So perfect. Thank you for that, fishy fish. And there we go. So, which is 37. So this is, now this does not say, I think it does not say 30 degrees. I think it says south of the Tropic of Capricorn. So we'll see this. If the Earth is a sphere and the pole star, for reference, pole star is Polaris. Polaris is not at the pole. It's about half a degree away from the pole. And it was even more than half a degree away from the pole in 1865 when he wrote this. But let's use half a degree. So that means that when you're on the equator with zero refraction at sea level, you would see this Polaris half of the time, because half of the time it would be above the actual celestial pole, and half of the time it would be below it. But if you're at a higher elevation, then you can see more of it. And if the refraction is included, you can see more of it. So at 1/2 of a degree south of the equator with pretty normal refraction, you would be able to see Polaris all the time. And then at higher elevation, you could potentially see it up to about a degree south of the equator. But could you see it at this Tropic of Capricorn? You must not see it on the globe. So can you see it? Here's the challenge. So we've got the line of sight would become a tangent to the sphere. Many cases, however, are on record of the North Polar Star being visible far beyond the equator, as far even as the Tropic of Capricorn. In the Times newspaper of May 13, 1862, under the head of Naval Military Intelligence, it is stated that Captain Wilkins distinctly saw the Southern Cross and the Polar Star at midnight in 23.53 degrees of latitude and longitude 35.46. The problem is that's not south latitude. That's north latitude. And so I think what happened is people on tfes.org looked this up and found the actual paper, if I remember correctly. This is from 7 years ago that I'm digging out of my head. So Sea Lion Prime says, the ladies call me deflection of the vertical. Is that good? I don't know if that's good. Anyway, so there you go. This might be where Dearth got this from. But he leaves it unsighted. And of course, here's the challenge. Here's the challenge to everybody. If you're interested, find the actual Times, the what's it called? Times newspaper of May 13, 1862. There you go. And so I do believe that what the misunderstanding is that he was at that north latitude, not the south latitude. So Harley Corner says, hello, fellow co-admin. Every little helps. Thank you very much, Harley. So anyway, there you go. Okay, so I've got an email from Flat Earther. Oh my goodness. This does not look This does not look good. I think this is a troll. But it looks like it might be a funny enough troll to just play. So, oh my gosh, I have to sign in. Like, it's difficult to use unauthenticated sometimes on YouTube now. So anyway, all right, let me read this here. Sea Lion Prime says, did flat earthers measure something yet? No, flat earthers don't measure. Silly rabbit. Tad says, you need to say love you bye in a Welsh accent. Look, I have a Minnesota accent. I can't speak in a non-accent, which is also known as a Welsh accent. I can only speak in my accent. All right. Got a few other super chats. You know what? I'm live on well, maybe I'm live on Rumble. I don't know. Am I live on Rumble? Because I messed up. I done messed up. Ended. Oh, there's a live one. Okay, it's going. And I'm also live on the TikTok. We'll see. Am I live on the TikTok? I don't even know if I can see if I'm live. Profile, activity. Can anybody check to see if I'm live on TikTok? I don't know how.
Miles.
Yeah, all right. Can somebody just check? If YouTube is asking you to sign in to verify if you're not a bot, then just hit refresh. It didn't fix it. So what I'm doing is I'm just downloading so that I'll have it. And I can just have it in the file system, and I'll just drop it on my browser there. So that's what I do. So, but it hasn't. Oh my goodness. Come on. There it is. Private content login required. YouTube sign in to confirm you're not a bot. Seriously. Anyway, I can't play it. Sorry. Can't play it. But it did look like a troll. So anyway, Sea Lion Prime says, call me Dayton Miller cause your girl catch my drift. Cause your girl. But I do catch the drift of Dayton Miller. Dayton Miller. Call me Dayton Miller. Like, call me maybe? Is this a... No. You are not live on TikTok, if that's the question. All right. Thank you for confirming I'm not live on TikTok. It was probably because I mangled the start. But I should be live on X and Facebook as well. But who knows? I messed up. So, let me look at my profile. Am I? Yes, I messed up. I am live. Okay. And there's 71 views. Awesome. All right, let me check Facebook. So I got a Restream.io. I had to pay for it. But I was already paying. There it is. Okay. Still live there. Hello, Facebook. Oh, look at that. Maddie Ashtown has a fantastic comment on Facebook. So go pop over to Facebook and give a message there. Okay. Jack Vetter says, hope you have the latest definitions for your derp filtering software. Your inbox must be a flaming dumpster fire of low IQ Flerf derp. I do not get a lot of emails from Flatties. I think email, is a little bit like up here for them. I think, when TikTok is about as technical as flatties get for a lot of the time. So, all right. All right. So don't know for sure if Dearth was talking about row bottom at 23 degrees south latitude when it was actually north latitude or what. And of course, your homework for everybody is, if you want to, get a screenshot of the times from May 13 of 1862. There you go.
Container right from the start that gives us what holds water, what allows for gas pressure, what allows for light to even exist. The globe doesn't have that.
Apparently, according to him, you need light. You need a container for light to even exist. Flat Earth, the final experiment has distilled out anybody that's of marginal intelligence and left only the morons. It has increased the moronosity of Flat Earth. And Joe Hanvey is safe.
So fundamentally, from the start, foundationally, our model's better. And they can kick and scream and deny that all they want, but that's all they're doing is they're denying it.
That which is asserted without evidence is dismissed without evidence. All he's done is say it's better. He didn't show that it's better. I can predict using the globe the angular elevation of the sun in Antarctica when I was in there in December. Joe can't do that. So our model's better. You can't make any predictions at all, Joe Hanvey.
Let me just chime in with the model. So here is, how do I transition? I forgot how to do that. Why isn't it going across? 1 second. Model.
Thanks, Dave.
Give me one. Oh, here we go. Transition. So here we have. Let's go backwards. Here we have the globe model. Now, a model is it's a miniature of something and needs.
No, it's not. And here's where this salesman is showing off his intelligence, or lack of. A model you can, right? This is a model of the globe. Yes. But when we are doing things, when we're modeling the globe, we're not doing this. This isn't what we're doing. We're doing it mathematically, right? That's what a model is. You're doing it conceptually. So, for example, if you're back in the early 1900s, I think, if you were trying to find a resolution to type 1 diabetes, a cure for it, a treatment for it, not a cure, a treatment. You develop a model of how glucose works in the bloodstream and how it interacts with insulin to then get stored, right? This is all a conceptual model. Nobody went and made a model of insulin by making a little physical thing and a model of a glucose by making a little physical thing and then like attaching them together. Like, oh, look, they attach together. Our model works. That's not a model that people use very often in science. It's conceptual. But Dave thinks that the only way to make a model, the only way possible, is to make it physical. Not a smart person, right? Remember, he's just been a sales guy. His entire career is sales. He sold printing stuff. He did hard sale for solar panels, and now he sells the flat Earth scam. And I didn't get Joe Hanvey, who was also trying to lecture people on science. He mows lawns. I'm sure he's a fantastic lawnmower. But no, Joe, you are not qualified. You're not equipped. You're not smart enough to understand science to lecture somebody else on what is and is not science.
To work, right? A little mini airplane, if it flies, it's a good model, right? So here is, why is that? Oh, it's automatically changing. Hold on. So going through my whole thing here without you being able to see it, let me just say manual. God, I don't know why it's doing that. All right. So here is stop. Wow, it's not working.
Ooh, look at this. Fly Higher says, I've been trying to find proof that Polaris is visible from 30 degrees south, but can't find it. Anyone have a link? Be careful, Fly Higher. That's the kind of stuff that will get you banned on that channel. Right? Careful.
Dr. Zach's in the house, by the way.
Yeah, Dr. Zach. All right. So here we go. We got our Earth. The question is, can you put a gallon of water on the outside of it? No. So
a gallon of water on the outside of it. Why would you expect to be able to put a gallon of water? It's dramatically out of scale quantity of water. Oh my gosh.
It's not really a good model. Can you contain air on the outside? Well, there's nothing to contain the air. Can you put ships on the bottom of it without them falling off? No. So it's really...
So yeah, what he's done is this is the biggest straw man ever, right? That model there isn't the only way to model things, of course, but that particular model doesn't have an analog for gravity, and it does have a massive confounding variable. The gravity of the Earth on which it sits. He's like, can you put a ship on the bottom? Why would you expect to do that? You've proved gravity, you dummy. Now, his next thing is he's going to use the gravity of the Earth to cheat on his model.
Really just a toy, right? Not a model. We have a food bowl. Can you contain water? Sure. We can fill it, put some water in there. Can it contain air? Sure. Under the lid, if there's a lid. And can it hold a cruise ship and people on its surface? Sure. So
no, it can't, though. The problem is, according to what they need to do, they need to say that gravity doesn't exist. So when it's enclosed in there, they need to be able to turn it sideways and have it contain everything the same way. Turn it upside down and have it contain everything the same way. Why do I insist on that? Well, they say gravity doesn't exist. So whatever is pulling things down, making things fall, when it's inside that domey thing, can't exist anymore. You need to make those things work in your model the way things work according to your claims, and you can't.
So a food bowl is a better model than the globe.
It's really funny, Dave. I'm probably the youngest flat earther in here, 3 years, just hit 3 years. And I started with like Matt Long's videos.
That's too bad, Run Boston Bear. It's very sad for you.
And yours, Dave. And really what interested me from the beginning was when one of my best friends told me that the solar system or outer space, as we were taught when we were kids, isn't reality. And it just I was like, what are you talking about? And I had never even heard of flat earth. He didn't even say flat earth first. He just brought that to me. And what helped me free myself from the matrix and the lies is being curious and looking at the luminaries, looking outside, looking at perspective and optics.
Oh, flatearther80@gmail.com sent me an email. Any reason why you decided to read out the email address? I realize it doesn't have my name, but I've seen you do it with others that actually have a name. Really weird. Anyway, have fun streaming. The reason why I read out your email address, flatearther80@gmail.com, is because your email address, flatearther80@gmail.com, is clearly not your human name, your regular name, your government name, the name that's on your driver's license if you have one and you're not a sovereign citizen, right? Am I leaking something by doing that? No, I'm not. And you sent me an email from that address. It's obviously not your real email, your real name. So yes, I had no problem reading that out. And then the thing you sent is obviously sarcasm, right? It's funny. It looks kind of funny. Anybody want it? I'll give it to you. I'll put it in the chat here. This is what flatearther80@gmail.com. Tell you what, you know what? Let's check to see if Dave has already leaked it. Maybe Dave's ahead of me, right? He's a leader in leaking PII. Let's see here. Oh, you're not a real flat earther. You haven't had your data leaked in Dave's app. Fake. Obvious Poe.
And, I've been in this whole thing to connect with other people seeking the truth across many different topics. And, I haven't been budged by TFE. TFE says, like, we conclusively proved it's a globe. It's like,
well, yeah. Every single experiment we did matched a globe, and none of them matched flat Earth. How does any sane person stick with flat Earth when we did that? No sane person does.
No, you looked at an optical phenomenon and you're making assertions that you know something. But this whole battle began when man didn't know what the heavens were or how the sun does what it does or what it is.
No, we do. You don't. You are too stupid to do this, to understand these things. That doesn't mean other people are stupid. You just are.
And they started making up stuff about it. And I'm not gonna budge because the truth is what I'm after, not.
No, he's not. He's not after the truth. No flat earthers after the truth. If you were after the truth, flat earthers, you would say, we can't predict anything about reality. That's a problem. But the globe can predict everything about reality. Oh, but 8 inches per mile squared. And then listen to us. Just have the honesty. This is what flat earthers lack. The honesty to listen to us when we say, you're doing it wrong. You're doing it wrong. Do it right. Be honest. If you're a truther, if you're seeking truth, then don't do the prediction for what you'd see across water the wrong way. You're not seeking truth if you intentionally do it wrong.
Pleasing men. So I'm proud of all y'all for staying calm, not attacking people who are attacking us. And the truth is going to keep rising to the top. So just stay steady and thank you for what you guys do.
Yeah, I want to welcome Dr. Zach. Many of you that have only been here a couple of years might not know who he is, but he is one of the original legends. Done some great work. A lot of his stuff is on the app in the FAQ section. Zach, go ahead.
So for reference, Flat Earth Dave can't say Professor Dave without prefixing it with nada. Not a Professor Dave. Now, Professor Dave taught at a college, depending on the college, depending on many things, may be actually classified as a doctor. As a professor. Don't know. Doesn't matter. It's the name of his channel. Dr. Zach is not a doctor. So why does Dave call him Dr. Zach instead of not a Dr. Zach? Well, because they love to play the credentials game when it works in their favor, and they're happy to lie about it.
Thank you very much, Dave. And I don't know if you guys can hear me. This is my first time on a live show, so
yeah. Also, his first live stream. This is amazing.
Exactly. Yeah. So
your microphone's a little hot, so maybe move it a little bit away from your mouth. And
okay. I don't know.
All right, that sounds better.
Anyway, sounds better.
Yep, that's good.
Okay. So I don't know, guys. I want to start by talking about these ex-flat earthers, who suddenly switch sides after witnessing the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
Oh, they're going to cry about it. Now, for reference, none of them yet, we're 16 minutes in, none of them yet have explained how the 24-hour sun can work in Antarctica. Not one of them. That would be my first order of business, but not one of them has.
There are only two options for me. Either they were completely out of it, or they are just dumb. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not complaining I'm not claiming they were compromised because I can't prove that, but something definitely doesn't add up. Let me tell you why. Before this so-called final experiments, we had real challenges in the flat earth community. One of the biggest was the star trails in the southern hemisphere. I don't know if you guys remember that debate. We spent years figuring it out, and eventually we did.
You did? No, you didn't. You didn't. Oh my goodness. What's he about to say?
Factoring in atmospheric effects, something the globe model totally ignores. And guess what?
Hold on a second. Atmospheric effects cause the southern celestial pole? Wait, let's back up a little bit. Remember when Dave was saying magical refraction, right? magical refraction, just doing whatever he's accusing us. He's saying that we, right, that's his claim, are just doing whatever's necessary to make it work. No. Refraction has very specific properties, and it works in very, very specific ways. And we've measured it. I've got a long list of measurements of it on my website at mc2.net/refraction. It only does certain things. It's not magic. It's bound by Snell's law. Okay. Now he said atmospheric effects. What atmospheric effects would cause something that your claim in actuality is moving sideways appear to do this? Right? Think about this. And this was one thing that Jaron, the first night in Punta Arenas, we were out, we went out to eat, and Whitsitt he was all animated. And Whitsitt does not want me to show that video. And I said I wouldn't, so I can't. I'll do something eventually, but not showing it. But walking back from that, I was walking with Jaron, and Jaron's like, wait a second. Because it was this different part of the conversation. There are stars that are near the South Celestial Pole, let's say Sigma Octantis, right? You can't really see it unless it's really good lighting, like really, really dark, but let's set that aside. You can identify it. On the globe, they are right next to the pole, and it makes perfect sense that they're going in circles around it. But on the dirt pizza, that star is at 89 degrees declination, 89 south, right here. So here's it's on the perimeter, right, of this. So at one point of the night, the GP is right here of Sigma Octantis. Okay. Now, 12 hours later, which in Punta Arenas, you can see you have darkness during June for well over 12 hours. So it's, maybe not here, maybe somewhere else, but right, that there are the stars that are in this vicinity. So you've got a star here. You've got the same star here, 12 hours offset. And when you're down here in Punta Arenas and you're looking at it, looking up at the sky, right? You're down here in Punta Arenas. You look due south and you see that star. 12 hours later, you look due south and you see it there. How does that happen? How do atmospheric effects do that? They don't. There's nothing that could cause that to happen. Think really hard about this, flatties. You look this direction, right? I'll put an arrow, right? The South Celestial Pole is due south from sunset to sunrise. It's due south. You look here and you see that. How does that work, flatties? Then over time, right? This star that's over here, right? Let's say that this is what you see as the sun sets and you first see the star. And then you're looking here and you see it here. And then it does a very tight circle around the South Celestial Pole as it moves like this. It's still right next to the South Celestial Pole, moving in a tight circle around it until you get up to here. How does that work? You don't get to call us dumb or gullible or indoctrinated if you can't explain that, Dr. Zach, fake Dr. Zach. You don't get to. You are stupid if you think that is possible with atmospheric effects. Seriously. Complete fail. That's... He's like, it was a problem for a long time. You never solved it. Call Me Tall says for $5, Hi, Toon. Been following you, FTFE, Simon Dan, Professor Dave, and Dave McKeegan for 6 to 8 years. Wow. Love the content. Can't wait to see you on Craig's tattoo. Yes, I'm going to be on Craig's tattoo. What should it be? We're going to have to determine this in a future live stream. And coffee cup, yeah. Coffee cup caustic doesn't solve that at all. So yeah, this guy's just straw grasping.
But these same ex-flatters stayed solid. They fought for flatter. They didn't flip. But now, suddenly, they see the 24-hour sun, and that's it. That's what broke them. I mean, come on. Are you kidding me? This whole thing is nonsense. The 24-hour sun is just another version of the same problem we already solved. The sun, the stars, sunrise, sunset. It's all connected. So
how did they solve it? They didn't. If you did solve it, you could tell us, here is how you apply the geometry at physics and optics to determine what time the sun will set and what azimuth it will be. Or where the stars will appear, even though they're moving in a massive 78,000 mile circumference, right? From directly south of you to directly north of you in 12 hours, you see it up in the sky doing a very tight circle around the celestial pole. How? No, you don't have that. Not Dr. Zach. Oh my God. We're all Golga Frinches says, you just know Dr. Zach used atmospheric effects as an excuse one night to a disappointed girlfriend. Slarty Bartfast says, can we submit tattoo designs? Yeah, I suppose. Can he get a tattoo of Batman? That way he will have to always admit that you are Batman, not him. That's great. Derek the Dullard says for $2, hey, Toon, has Witsit given up on Flat Earth stuff? He might have. So, but we'll see. Just don't get ahead of yourself. But I was looking the other day at the Globe Busters, because here's what happened. After TFE, during December, Globe Busters was on a hiatus. I think they do this every year. And then they were going to start, I think, the second Sunday in January, I think. And Jaron had been in charge of it before. If I remember correctly, Jaron first created Globe Busters, gave it to Dave Nodell. And then when it's Bob Nodell. And then when Bob died, they changed things around a bit. Like Jaron managed it, and there was super chats. There was Ko-fi donations, or and there is just YouTube. Maybe there's another place, maybe a Patreon, or maybe it's just YouTube replays. I don't know. But there are 3 financial streams. One went to Jaron, one went to Austin, one went to Cammie Nodell, Bob's widow. And that's how it was set up. Well, they were going to come back, and there's going to be the second, if I remember correctly, second Sunday in January where they were going to start up again. Well, the first Sunday in January, it could be the second and third instead of the first and second. Not critical. A week earlier than they were going to start it up again, Austin started it up again. Jaron did not know this until just a couple hours prior to it starting up again. Now, Jaron wasn't going to be there anyway because he didn't think it was going to go. And then, of course, he had by that time left Flat Earth. He hadn't yet said that the Earth is a globe. But, of course, he has since said that. So they started up again without him knowing about it. Austin was he basically hijacked Globe Busters. Austin was in charge. So for several weeks, it was Austin. Now, I think the last time Austin was on there, I could be wrong, on Globe Busters was the week before the debate that he went to DebateCon. So early February, so about 4 times. Austin has done 1 time on his own channel, spoken about the topic, since he did right away he did a post TFE live stream, and then hardly did any videos, did some non-flat earth topic videos, like 2, did 1 on topic video, and then he hasn't even showed up on Globebusters that he hijacked. So I don't know. When he was in at DebateCon, that was not the topic of any of the debates at DebateCon, so he wasn't debating that there. Oh, okay. We got a pupper. Oh, she's been bathed. Was it yesterday? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's been muddy here. So okay, here we go. Don't calm down. There we go. Look at that. She needs. We gotta give her a little bit of a haircut. What do you think?
So she doesn't look like a hobo.
Got a little hobo look. Oh my goodness! Get her to look at the camera. She doesn't like to be held like I'm holding her. There we go. Look at how much fur, like she can barely see.
Just thanks.
Such a good girl. There, she'll sit like this for a long time. Yeah. Sir Little Wolf says, cousin. Sir Little Wolf is a wolf.
Yeah.
There you go. Okay.
You want donkey?
No, I don't. Hugh Jar says, say hi to Tina for me. That's not Tina. That's Stacy. Stacy's mom's got it going on. Not really Stacy. Just joke about it. Okay. Okay. No, I don't want to talk.
Penguin, come on.
Go penguin. Go penguin.
It's bedtime. Confess.
She's like, no, she wants to. No, don't. There's nothing. Go. Okay. Thank you. You're going to bed?
Yeah.
All right. Good night. Okay. Where was I? That dog, we gotta cut her fur. It's a bit long. Witsit. So Witsit didn't do. I mean, he hasn't touched the topic for a while. So I don't know. He might have left it. Certainly, he is not welcome in the flat Earth community anymore. They all think that he was in on something. So I don't know. Okay. So this is funny. This is so funny. Look at this comment. Bill Keith channel says oblate spheroid Earth. Says they're just repeating what they were taught by people they thought were trustworthy. So maybe this guy is not a flatty. But yeah, certainly flat earthers just parrot things. That's all they have. So, all right.
Why is this suddenly an issue? Is it because they are dumb? I don't know, man. You tell me. Because I try to act like it's nothing, but I think it's a big issue, man. And there is something behind this. I don't know what it is. I can't just say they are compromised or got paid, but there's something going on, and I just wanted to address that.
I don't think so.
So he doesn't want to suggest that they were compromised or got paid, but he brought up the topic, suggesting that they got compromised or were paid. You wouldn't even mention it if you weren't thinking it. So there's a present from Max and I for you via Discord from DP Debunks. Okay. Derek the Dullard says you have a soothing voice. You should do audiobooks. So, okay, off topic here. So on our vacation, we just got back from our vacation. Should I do a breakdown of the whole trip? I don't know. Our vehicle decided to do a rud on the side of the road. The turbo did a rud into the cylinders, and we needed to to go. We had to trade it in on our vacation. And the finance guy, when I was talking to him, he's like, you've got basically what Derek is saying here. You've got like an announcer's voice. I'm like, oh, okay. So then my wife's like, you should tell him about your channel. I'm like, oh my gosh. So hello, finance guy from Sarah Toyota in Birmingham, if you're here. I forgot your name. Sorry. Anyway, there you go. Mission Apparition Paris says, hi, Tune from Craig's hometown, Southmead, Bristol, UK. Thank you very much, Mission Apparition Para. Okay. I've got something in my Emerson Biggins. Does Dirth still have an appointment at MIT in April? It was in June. I'm pretty sure he'll never do that. That would never be something he wants to do. Ooh. A music video. Okay. I will trust this because it's from Max and DP Debunks. Should I trust it? I will. Oh my gosh. It's this. All right. It sounds like it's going to be pretty funny. So, all right. Hold on. Gotta get it. So, all right. You almost have to feel sorry for doesn't get it. He still wants to be a Flerf when they don't even want him back. Yeah, poor guy. I think a lot of the other flatties were kind of sick of the Witsit worship that was happening. Because, like, he could do no wrong. They loved him. He was the bestest, they thought. So, all right. Here we go. I got to do a different one here. Hold on. Browser. There it is. Okay. Let me fix it so you can all see it. So this is a music video courtesy of Icy Spin. Is it Icy Spin and DP Debunks? Oh no, Max and DP Debunks. Here we go.
If your app is leaking data, clap your hands. If your app is leaking data, clap your hands. If encryption's just a joke and your data's getting soaked, if your app is leaking data, clap your hands. If your location's out for free, stomp your feet, stomp, stomp. If your location's out for free, stomp your feet, stomp, stomp. If a stranger knows your place and can track you every day, if your location's out for free, stomp your feet, stomp, stomp. If the owner hides the links, wave goodbye. Wave, wave. If the owner hides the links, wave goodbye. Wave, wave. If they play the shell game right, so the leaks stay out of sight. If the owner hides the links, wave goodbye. Wave, wave. If your data's on the dark web, scream, oh no, oh no. If your data's on the dark web, scream, oh no, oh no. If the breach is never small and they never patch it all, if your data's on the dark web, scream, oh no, oh no. If you think this app is sketchy, delete now. If you think this app is sketchy, delete now. If they fail at keeping faith and they lie right to your face, if you think this app is sketchy, delete now.
And maybe sue them too.
Nice. I hope you have that on online, and we could all send it to Dearth. I'm sure he'll be excited to get a copy of it. I love it. I love that. All right. Poor flatties. Okay. Well, hopefully we're getting a little more.
I don't think some of the folks that are turning that direction and going back, having third thoughts, that they are privy, or maybe they didn't look into that enough. And I think that's the biggest thing, is that seems to be the argument for people at this point, that they witnessed what they saw, and at the same time, that's been mentioned to me about the rockets that were going up. So again, none of this, from my standpoint, whether or not it's the star trails or not, whether or not what happens in the sky, it doesn't negate the fact that we've tested the water. We've tested everything on the surface side, from Salt Lake to Great Lakes, to oceans, to altitude footage, to Jay Tolan's infrared stuff. All this stuff shows beyond a reasonable, it's flat. It's.
And what it does show is it shows that they suck at doing science. That's what it does. None of the people that are involved in this can do a proper science experiment, proper scientific measurement. They don't know how to control for confounding variables. They intentionally ignore them. Like every single time the ground, like, why don't you use the methods that people have figured out to reduce confounding variables for centuries? Because it doesn't give you the results that you want, right? They only want the results that support their pre-selected conclusions. They're not honest. They're not good at science. They're not seeking truth.
Completely flat. There is no curvature. And that's the whole thing. It's like we're ignoring the fact that we've actually shown there's no curve. And now we're talking about lights in the sky. And exactly. Nathan went over this the other night. They kept bringing up these red herrings. He called them red herrings. There's certain things. It's like, you want to talk about all this stuff up here, but let's talk about what's going on right here first. Because I think there's a correlation between the two. And I think we're all missing, without having humility, without having a humbleness, and without having a willingness to learn, you're missing the whole point of what this is. This isn't about we're right, you're wrong. And that's what I think I see happening, is this tug of war of, well, we did this test. Well, okay, what about all these other tests? What about all
exactly? That's what I'm trying to say. I mean,
well, we did measure the surface. There wasn't just one thing, and so if any of them don't actually acknowledge that there were multiple experiments that we did, I got a lot of documentation in here, and Will has published several of them already. They're not being truth seekers. They're not being honest. What about the distance between Sydney and Santiago? They can't address that. They can only lie about it. What about the distance between lines of longitude that we measured ourselves? Don't have that. What about the dip of the horizon? That's not looking at things in the sky. They can't touch that. And none of them, of course, ever have an explanation for the bottom-up obstruction that's based on, the things that they're pretending they demand. Empirical measurements? No, none of them have that for what they, for the ground. They can't explain it. So, yeah. Oh my goodness, Zen Garcia. One of the early second law of Flerf scammers, who did get sued, but whatever dumb Glober did his challenge, just had a program that just did math. It wasn't an actual actual science. It was just the math of the globe that the guy did, but tried to sue Zen Garcia, and then it got thrown out. And now flatties who'd never read the actual lawsuit are like, oh, Flat Earth won in court. It didn't. So, have I heard anything about Mikey Smith's mental health since this toe became more famous than him? I have not, Slarty Bartfast. He yesterday was in Denver, stopped by Will Duffy's church. I was sent pictures of him from their security camera with Roger Ledwell, who was in the chat just a little bit ago. You still hear Roger Ledwell? Roger Ledwell, one of the the people that survived the distillation of flat Earth here. Distillation being that they've that TFE has distilled out the slightly less moronic one. It has increased the moronicity of flat Earth, and of course, it doesn't. There is no limit to the number of times that you can distill flat Earth and get rid of the morons, the less morons. Roger Ledwell will always be remaining because of the amount of moronicity that he has. I don't know if anybody, it's hard to beat. It's really hard to beat. Are you still here? I don't see, he hasn't commented. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see if he is.
They're trying to prove that the Earth is round by looking at the sky, and now they're acting like it's okay. We can just look at the sky and prove the round Earth.
Of course we can.
They have been talking about this for 10 years, and suddenly, you just look at the sky and the Earth is round. Come on, Jaron. I mean, I respected you for 10 years, but not anymore, buddy. I'm so sorry about this. I draw my line. I'm sorry. I don't care.
Yeah. So what you're saying is you believe the Earth is flat, then?
I don't believe it's flat. I know it's flat, and I can prove it. I know it is. Yeah. I mean, think about it. We already know that the stars in the southern hemisphere appear to move in the opposite direction compared to those in the north, right?
That exactly as the globe predicts, and contradicting flat Earth.
They rise and set just like the sun. So why wouldn't the sun behave the same way when it moves south? The 24-hour sun was never an issue for the flat Earth model. We know that. It was just something we needed to confirm because we couldn't find any real footage.
Oh, God. Vital Z. Respect to everyone on this panel, but the fact that Quantum Eraser and Nathan Oakley aren't here is a disgrace. Their position is ironclad, and the only way flat Earth should be argued. Oh, let me remind everybody the way that they argue it. They say Earth measured flat, and then don't provide measurements.
Remember that? That's it.
That's why they kept it hidden. That's why they gave us weird edited versions of it and everything else.
Exactly. Yeah.
But if you look back at zetetic astronomy, they mentioned it there. So exactly, it's not like it's something new. This has been out there for a very long time. It shouldn't be shocking news that anybody's actually taken this with these. So
they're talking about the sun, the stars, all that in zetetic astronomy. That's the book that Samuel Rowbottom wrote in the mid 1800s, and it is mentioned, but it is not explained in other than by saying literally two words: unusual refraction. Who was it just a little bit ago that mentioned just basically throwing out refraction? That would be a flat earther that said you're not allowed to use refraction to explain things in the sky. And now they're saying refraction can be used to explain things in the sky. The difference is refraction has very specific things that it does, and it works in very specific and well-known ways. You just need to apply them. Doesn't work for flat earth. Works very well for the globe. In flat earth, you need a massive amount of refraction. Seriously. You look south, right? You stand here. You look this direction, south, and you see something there. Because at one point of the night, there's a star here, right up here, that you see down there. That's 180 degrees of refraction. How do you get 180 degrees of refraction? That's a lot of refraction. The globe, we say that normally under nominal conditions, half a degree to a degree. They need 180 degrees of horizontal refraction. How do you get that? Magic. All right. Is Roger Ledwell yet? No. Yeah. No loss, man. Roger's dumb. Oh, yay, you're there. Roger. How you doing, Roger? When you were growing up, did they tell you that you were not the smart kid? Because my goodness, Roger, you are not the smart kid. Let me see what he says here. He said, not really, and that a globe in your hand right now. This is a globe in my hand right now? That's not a globe in my hand right now. That's the map that flat earthers have said is the map for 160 years. Right? 160 years, this has been the map that flat earthers have said. Now, if you think this is not correct, then provide the correct one. But now, Roger, you are on the same panel often with Flatzoid. And if you listened to Flatzoid's thing, FDFE covered it last night, and I reviewed it the night before. What does Flatzoid and the panel, including Roger Ledwell, say about the Earth? They say the North Pole's in the middle. They say the sun and moon go around the North Pole. They say if you want to go south, you start at the North Pole and you go in any direction and you'll get to the south. That's this map. That's what was described. So I will use this map when you describe the Earth like this map. And then I will test this map because that's what you described, Roger Ledwell. Right? Flat Earth is nonsense, says Ted Craig, and I live streamed the moon setting for me in Cincinnati, Ohio, and rising for him in Australia at the same time live on TikTok. Flat Earth is dead. Of course. Of course. Yeah. Roger Ledwell, yes, I know what you mean. You say this is a globe projection map. Of course it is. Joke's on you, Roger Ledwell. This is your map. This is what you claim the Earth is shaped like. You say North Pole in the middle, sun does circles, moon does circles around the North Pole. You say, you said it two weeks ago to Will Duffy, that if you start at the North Pole and you go any direction, you get to 90 degrees south. Any direction, go, you get to 90 degrees south. You've described this map in words, and then you're like, that's not my map. Of course it's your map. You got a different one? No? Then that's it, right? Now, let me be clear. It's not a straw man of your model if you don't provide your model. Right? If you just give some vague stuff, then I will apply those vague things, which I've done, and this is your model. That's what you have. But you feel free to shoot me an email, mctoon@mctoon.net, with your model, so I'm not straw manning it, right? But Roger, again, I just want to remind you, Roger Ledwell, I'm not being mean in this, right? It's not mean. It's not an insult. It's not an ad hom. It's an accurate description. It's analysis of it. I'm a teacher, a homeschool teacher. I don't have a large class of one. But I do have a pretty good idea that there are people that are not smart. And you are one of them, Roger. That is why you fell into Flat Earth. Flat Earth, the target market for Flat Earth grifters like Flat Earth Dave are not smart people, Roger. That's you. That's you. Good night, Roger. Good night. You don't want to face truth. Truth is, Roger, you're not smart. You are in your mid-50s. I read what you typed on your GoFundMe. That is not the words of a smart person. That are the words of an incredibly dumb person. I mean, you knew that people would be looking at it. You could have spell checked it. You could have tried to get a little bit of punctuation in there. Right? Polaris doesn't prove a globe Earth. You're showing us how dumb you are, Roger. Oh my gosh. Oh, Roger. Okay, Roger. Polaris has parallax. Explain that on Flat Earth. You don't even know what that means. You're not smart enough. That's the thing. Roger, you can't explain a single thing. Not one single thing. And you think you're smarter than other people. Roger, what keeps the sun up? What actual science and evidence keeps the sun up? You don't know? What's it made of? You don't know. Why does it appear the same size all day long every day? You don't know. The best quote I've ever read is, if you can read this, thank a teacher. There you go. Yeah. Anyway, thanks, Roger, for being wrong and showcasing that you're wrong. Oh, there it is. Roger Leadwell. No, my IQ is more 0.00000001. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. It's so dumb. Hey, Roger, why did you put $4,500 as your goal for a trip that'll cost you more than $32,000? Seriously. Oh my gosh. Oh my god. I don't know what is it, Roger? What is it? Was it a series of things that did to get you to where you were dumber than you were before, or were you always this dumb? You probably were always this dumb, and like you're like, oh, why are you asking? Are you going to donate the? Of course, I'm not going to donate the rest, Roger. Fund it yourself, you big boy. Jeez, why would I help you? Right? Here's the offer to you, Roger. Go get somebody to back you on this. I will pay you $100,000. You ready? If the sun sets in Antarctica, we go there. You and me. You figure your own way. I'm not helping you. And I'm definitely not going to stay at the same hotel as you in Punta Arenas. I called dibs on the same one we were in, Diego, on the main strip there. Go to a different one. There's others. And then if the sun sets while we're in Antarctica, you get $100,000. So it'll pay for your trip. And if the sun does 24-hour circles, 24 hours a day, you pay me $100,000. Okay. We both put that money in escrow before the trip, probably, early December. Your trip is paid for if you're right. My trip is paid for if I'm right. I'm willing to put up the money. That's how confident I am that I'm right. Are you confident that I'm right? Or are you confident that you're right? Roger Leadwell, I am confident that you are confident that I'm right. Yeah. The time frame, it's the trip. So if you go to my website and you just search for December, you'll find the actual challenge there. It's the same trip that we took. It's the ALE trip from December 14 to 18. So mock trails and excuses are more fitting in your world. Mock trails. Mock trails. What are mock trails, Roger Leadwell? Mock trails. What are mock trails? Do you mean mock trials? Is that what you meant? Oh, look at the smart guy. See you in Antarctica. My gosh, Roger, you are dumb. Roger, you are dumb. You can't spell Antarctica. That's how dumb you are. Please, Roger, realize, think about this for a second. All of your life you have been dumb. All of your life you sucked at school. All of your life you struggled to understand simple things. Face it. Acknowledge it. Embrace it. Figure out your own limitations. But here you are, putting yourself out there as if you're smarter than me. As if you're smarter than all the scientists in the world. You're not. You are dumb. And I'm not being mean in saying it. I am stating a fact. He says he has a 3D model. Oh, bless. Bless. He thinks he has a 3D model. Oh, that's adorable. You know what I'm going to do here? I just want to be sure. Because I'm confident that he's not going to go there. I'm going to make him a moderator so that people don't accidentally. Right? I want this idiocy here saved forever, Roger. Wow. Where 3D 3D model. There it is. I have a 3D model. Is your 3D model the same KFC bucket that Flat Earth Dave has? Let me make it clear here. Does your 3D model have one of these over it? That explains the star trails? No. Does your 3D model work if you hold it sideways? No? Okay. Got it. And I want you to remember, Roger, I'm not being mean to you when I say that you're dumb. You are dumb. This is a fact. All right? I've heard you talk on Flatzoid's panel. You know, where is the ceremonial South Pole? Where is it on your 3D model? Right? Tommy Gronville says, if he uses SketchUp like Ronnie James Dio, I got dibs. I don't know, Miss Vicky May is going after me. I'm not being nice to Roger because Roger has earned not being nice. So, and it's a disservice to people that are not smart to let them think that they are smart. People should know their actual capabilities. It's nicer to people for them to know that, so that they are aware of it. Right? People that are mentally challenged like Roger should know that. And I don't know, maybe growing up he was told that he was smart. I doubt it, but Anyway, are the 3Ds dodge, deflect, and duh? Yeah. Laddies are hilarious. You guys are just so desperate. All right. We'll get back to this.
Method into their brain and looked this stuff up and understood it. I think that's the issue.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. We've always explained that the stars in the south seem to rotate around the central point. And when we say stars, we include the sun because it follows the same pattern as it crosses the equator into the southern hemisphere. But this isn't proof of the globe. From the flatter perspective, southern star trails only appear to move in the opposite direction, but in reality, they still rotate around Polaris. What we see is just an optical illusion caused by refraction.
Wait a second. Flat Earth Dave doesn't allow that. Mark Michalowski says, have you seen any of my messages about Skeptic 9368 paying for Roger's trip? No one's commented on them, so I'm worried they're not coming through. I've seen, yeah, and that sounds familiar. I'll make you a moderator here. I've seen that been said. But I don't know, right? I'd love to see confirmation of it, like him saying it or something like that, or typing it, or just something other than just because it's a little secondhand right now, right? And that, I mean, that would explain why the amount is set so low. I'm curious why Skeptic whatever is willing to pay for it and not just go himself. Maybe he can't go. But yeah. But anyway, yeah, Roger, I mean, if you want to come on stream, mctune at mctune.net, you can join in. So Ken P says that Sean Dude is debating Duffy in a couple weeks. He is going to be debating Duffy in a couple weeks. I don't know why Flatty's signed up to debate him. It's so dumb. Anyway, speaking of idiots that debated Duffy and got smashed, we got Witsit just showed up here. So this is, I had hinted at it before, this is his first appearance in probably a month related to Flat Earth. So there we go. Oh, Billy J says KIC, that's Kingdom in Context, or Sean, told mods to ban anyone for bullying Witsit or denying TFE. Well, good for him, I guess. All right.
Even ran experiments to back this up. Are we 100% sure? Hell no. No. I mean, no one can be. Maybe we're right, maybe we're wrong, but at least we tested it.
No, you're wrong, Zach.
And our model would be based on that. What have you done, globe earthers? And I mean, if refraction can make the stars below the equator appear to circle Antarctica in the opposite direction,
they can't.
For 24 hours, then why wouldn't the same thing apply to the sun?
They just can't.
The only difference between the stars and the sun is that the sun moves in a circular pattern between the tropics. Depending on its position, it follows the star pattern of that hemisphere. In the, I mean, I don't know if I'm explaining it well. In the northern hemisphere, it moves like the northern stars. In the southern hemisphere, it moves like the southern stars. So what's the problem here? I mean,
Zach, you did a great video. You did a great video where you showed that you can't triangulate the sun because we see it in an apparent position. You know what video
exactly. So yeah, of course. We can prove that all the time.
The Globers make the same claim.
You can't triangulate the sun, assuming dirt pizza, but you can for the globe. Seriously, of course you can't for the dirt pizza. That falsifies flat Earth, you dummies. Okay, I've got. Hold on. There it is. I've got in my email right here. This is looking cool. This is good. From Michalowski. No. Hold on. Where'd it go? I need to today. There it is. Okay. We're going to look at this. I've got the screenshot. So hopefully this is it. Oh, it's super fuzzy. Oh, it's low res. Okay. Well, maybe we can read it here. This is a YouTube comment thread. Man, I cannot read that. That is just a lot of blurs. But here, Skeptic9368, when the deadline arrives, I will donate any shortage Roger has. This is going to happen. It will be priceless to debunk TFE. Oh my gosh, I love that. I love that. I want that to happen. That's it. Anyway, that's it. If you have a higher res, or if you can link to the video where that's at, that would be even better. But thank you very much for that. I love it. Thank you very much, Roger. I put that, it's in my, not Roger, Michalowski. I put that in my, I put it in the Roger Ledwell folder. So this is great. Somebody that's, I mean, there's a few things that ALE does on the trip to make sure that they are doing their job, and their job is to make sure that everybody is safe. That's one of their things. And I know it's going to be a bit of a challenge for ALE to keep Roger Ledwell safe, because Roger is that dumb. So I need to fix the stream title. What do I need to? Flat Earth. Oh, yeah. Like I went to change, I went to fix it, but then I didn't fix it. The spelling. Okay. There you go. Fixed it. Why is it not finishing that? Anyway, okay. All right, we got a higher res. Yeah. Replace. Okay. There we go. That's a better resolution. All right. Easier to read. Saints View Light says, just a reminder that Roger's fundraiser is still sitting at $50 out of the 4,500 goal. Does he realize the South Pole is 690 miles from Union Glacier? He's not going to just walk there. So here's the question. He has $4,500 as his fundraiser. Will Skeptic 9368 fill up from whatever his shortage is up to $4,500, or up to the 35,000 something that is the actual cost? Oh my gosh, this is great. Yeah, I fixed it. Yeah, I fixed the spelling for funeral. Oh my gosh. Okay, I gotta hear what Whitsitt has to say here. Read what Jeranism just said about Hawaii. Where am I supposed to read that?
On a globe Earth, that the sun would be in an apparent position? I don't think so.
Well, their scientists, they say that the apparent sun, there is an apparent sun. So what we are looking at is not a real sun. And they mention it when the sun is setting. They say the real sun sets way before not way before, like probably a minute before, after. Sorry. The real sun sets like a minute before the apparent sun. Okay? And the degree, the angle between them is 0.84, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so 0.84, so less than 1. Let's call it 1. Let's be generous. The globe says that the apparent sun is 1 degree from the real sun, when refraction isn't happening. Flat Earth needs 180 degrees. Dave doesn't allow 1 degree. You certainly don't get 180 degrees. This is how dumb they are. Every single person on that panel that just listened to that and didn't jump in and say, wait a second, that doesn't work, you're dumb. Oh, Jaron said it in this live chat here that we're looking at. He wrote it in chat, in this live chat. Oh, in my live chat. Jaronism. Oh, here it is. I don't believe in Hawaii or condos by the beach where people stay for a few weeks a month. Don't believe that planes fly there either. I could be swayed. I see what you did there, Jaron. I'm with you. Hey, Jaron. You and I both don't think that Hawaii or condos exist, or beaches in Hawaii, or that planes fly to Hawaii. I don't believe it either. Somebody needs to prove it to me too. Jaron and I need to be proven wrong. Please, somebody, prove us wrong. Okay, I was like I was looking all over. Where did Jaron say this? He's in the chat right now. Okay, got it. Jaron needs a vacation. Dude, Jaron has been demolishing Flat Earth. He needs a vacation. He's earned it. He's made them cry. I mean, Jaron made this happen. I mean, this was Robbie Davidson too, but Jaron made this happen. Chaco later says, make a list of what Flat Earth does and doesn't agree on. They don't agree. I don't think you could find anything other than Earth flat. That's it. That all flat earthers agree on. That's about all you could find. So, all right, you know what? I gotta read. I got a couple super chats that I'm backlogged on. I need to get those in, because people do this. They're like, hey, you forgot my super chat. I don't want to forget your super chat. So we got Plastic Citizen is a new member at Newton. Thank you. Tad says, is the funeral for Mikey's toe? By the way, Mikey's Left Toe has a channel. YouTube channel is called Mikey Smith's Left Toe. There are now 2 videos on that. One of them is a song where Mikey Smith's left toe is singing. It is an animated. Yes, it's animated. You definitely are gonna love it. Helens says, good morning, everyone. Good morning to you, Helens, member for 29 months. Green Bull has been a member for 62 months. 62 months and still no evidence for a flat earth. Absolutely. Got Jack Fetter says, darn, it's only March 6th and I've already blown my monthly super chat budget. That sucks. No way I can't reply to this topic disconnected. Thanks, Jack Fetter. Toadman Alcatraz is a new member of Newton. Thank you very much for that. Rossi, I covered that already, but says bet $2 at Dearth is in the chat. I see spin. All right, I read a few there. Tad says, saying Dracula count is Australian erasure. Eraser? I don't know what that means. Lubo in China says, everyone here, after you are done, NASA order, go to Astronomy Live channel and watch, like, and share his new Starship on Fire video. Must share. Ooh. Let's see. Ace SW says, they were all talking and confirming their position with, oh yeah, like if the second final experiment would be taken serious by flat earthers, they would go summer/eternal night. That's flat earthers do not want to test flat earth. They don't. And as soon as a flat earther is like, I'm going to test flat earth, all the other flat earthers jump on them and attack them. Right? Dude, Daniel McCool, I still have mental trauma from seeing the monster that is Mikey's feet. Then you're going to love Mikey Smith's Left Toe YouTube channel. Somebody needs to link it. Can somebody link it? Just for Daniel McCool. Tim Davidson says, Toon, you can't say that in YouTube. Oh, Galt. Oh, see you. Okay. I don't know. Dracula the Count says, damn these meetings. I was in one when you gave me a shout. Catching up at 1.5 speed. Thank you. Hello from down under. I know you know the O/ is silent. Yes, but I'm still going to pronounce it count. Yeah, so it was Dracula the Count that had that suggested that. I'm going to try to get it done. I have an idea. Dracula the Count. I have an idea, and I will use your idea because I have a way to make it work. That's all I'm saying. Matthew Lott says, "Is this the video I emailed you?" Well, so a few people mentioned this to me. I think you might have been. And yes, it was unlisted by Sean. Then he re-uploaded a different version that doesn't have the lovely chats in the side. That Wolfie 6020 screen recorded for everybody. Sorry. Kango44 says, "What might be worse than Flat Earth stuff is this clown troupe pretending to be Christians." I posted this on his channel. List of Christians in science and technology. Yeah. And there's no shortage of it. I mean, if you look at the history of astronomy, there's a bunch in there. Let's go. Let's look. Francis Bacon, Galileo, Kepler, Pascal, Robert Boyle, Isaac Newton. Oh no. Flatties. Oh no. Let's see. I'm just getting the big names. Euler. They say Euler because they don't know what they're talking about. Thomas Baynes, known for Bayes' theorem. Not for astronomy type stuff. John Dalton. These are gas law people. Let's see here. Man, this is a serious list. Faraday, of course, yeah. Babbage. James Clerk Maxwell of Maxwell's Equations fame. Wow, I mean, there's a lot. I mean, I don't recognize all of these names. There's too many. Stokes. I do Lord Kelvin. We're up into the 1900s. You got J.J. Thomson, the first subatomic particle. Discovered that. Let's see here. Of course, you've got Eddington, right? That's a serious list. George Lemaitre, of course, who was the first to propose the Big Bang Theory. Heisenberg of the uncertainty principle. Well, all right. There we go. Nice list. Yeah, and that's of course the thing. Like, it's a no true Scotsman thing. They're like, oh, you know, they're the only true Christians, of course. Lupo China, the legitimate way of Flat Earther winning over Will Duffy in a debate would be the topic of the age of the Earth. However, Flat Earthers don't know about it. Flat Earthers would I don't know of any Flat Earther that thinks that the Earth is not young. It's a prerequisite for them. But you go on Facebook, you go all over the place, and they equate globe with Big Bang. I'm like, there's an awful lot of young Earth creationists that don't agree with the Big Bang, but do agree that the Earth is a globe. So your position is definitely a fringe minority position. That's simply not the case. So, okay. All right. Well, let's get going here. I can't wait for Witsit to chime in with so much truth.
So they admitted the reason that parents are. It's scientific right now. But if we say the reason that parents are, we are crazy. But this science says the same thing. You know what I mean? So
just real quick, guys, thank you so much. I want to welcome real quick. Zen Garcia is in the house. Mark Sargent is in the house, and Austin from Once It Gets It is in the house. Welcome, everybody. I'm going to go back and let some more people try to rotate in real quick.
All right, and who wants to go next? Somebody want to chime in? D? Anybody?
Look at this. The fallen evil spirits, demons, aliens are all the same thing, and they are still here. They say the Earth is the same size as Venus, Shills. No, they don't.
Austin?
Oh, if anybody knows me, if anybody's followed me over the years, I'm going to say the same thing. Whatever's going on in the sky does not have any determination as to what the actual surface of the is. For veterans like Robbie, Jared, and anybody else who's fallen off because of this so-called final experiment, I really don't understand how they've forgotten that basic information. Like, we're not measuring what's going on in the sky. We call this thing flat Earth.
Okay, all right. The irony. D. Marble, who used to live in a van down by the river, is saying right now in this video, he's saying the things in the sky don't determine the shape of the Earth. While on screen, it says there is no need to believe the Earth is flat. We measure it flat with celestial navigation. Things in the sky. These people are so stupid that none of these idiots down here are going to say, wait a second, the thing that dummy Marble just said contradicts the thing that Flat Earth Travolta just said. They're incompatible, opposite claims from each other. Completely opposite claims. And none of them, not one of them, is going to be smart enough to point it out.
We're measuring the Earth, and there's been many people in the community. Didn't Jaron even get involved with one of the some observations over water, maybe some laser observations? I know I did. I completed a live stream. There was 150 people live across the Puget Sound. There was about 10 and a half miles of flat water, and I was able to see a laser one with everyone on the live stream. That was when I was pretty much ready to just I'm like, I think it's approved. It just makes sense. But this whole final experiment where we saw the sun for 24 hours and so now Earth must be a globe. This would mean that they forgot about a lot of stuff over the course of the years that even they have talked about. And
Lisa says, for $5, tune this whole video as one large flat Earth group therapy. They're desperately repeating the same lies for comfort. Oh dear. Oh yeah. That's 100% what this is. This is a cope session. And Jaron said it very well. He's like, this looks like a funeral. That's why I called it this. I got sidetracked. Jimmy Madison is a new member at Newton. Thank you very much for that. Snow Leopard Inc. says, yikes, it's a Flat Earth family reunion. Yes. Kago44 says, I'm going to post this again. Real scientists, real Christians, not a room of dumb see you next Tuesdays pretending to be spiritual. Yes, absolutely. And somebody else mentioned there's a lot of Jewish people in astronomy. There's people of Islam faith in astronomy. There's people of all different religious positions in science. It's okay. Anybody of any religion is great to do science. The point of science is to not have spiritual, metaphysical, or positions in there. It's outside of that. The whole thing is it's got to be a testable hypothesis. It needs to be falsifiable. That excludes things of religious nature, metaphysical and spiritual things. So that excludes it. It's okay then, right? So if you can agree on we are looking at things in the physical realm, then it doesn't matter of their religious position. It's irrelevant. And you go to CERN, and I saw a thing a while ago on CERN, and there are people at CERN from all the different. It's a big place, and they're right. lots of countries send, their best people go to CERN. So of course you're going to get different countries of different, religious positions, and they all show up at CERN. Like it's a melting pot of religions at CERN, and they all can sit down and say, well, let's examine this physical evidence without a problem. It's great. Miss Vicky Mace's Jeranism just came for a quick cameo. Whatever. Hey, it's all good. It's all good, Jaren. We got Baux wants us to quote Obi-Wan, "You will never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy." Oh yeah. I usually reserve that for the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord server, but you can use it elsewhere as well. Brenda creates this tune. How much money do you think these grifters can extract from Sean Griffin? He is their whale going to fund their experiments? I don't know if Sean Griffin has a lot of money. Is that the case? I didn't think that. Bruce says their entire Flat Earth live stream really looks like a group of dimwits trying to convince themselves of Flat Earth and failing miserably. Tryhards is what we see. Oh yeah. Lord Illuminous Boost says, Dracula, you big nerd, where's my money? Apparently Lord Illuminous Boo thinks you owe money. Jimmy Madison says the near perfect predictability of tides by the globe model is the Flat Earth Achilles heel. How many ships ran aground from failed predictions? None. It's a good point. Snow Leopard Inc. says, come on, Shiloh, be brave. We had a flatty in here yapping, claiming things about the radius being falsified. And I said, Ryan, send it, email your best. And I got nothing. Apparently his best is nothing. So, Sea Lion Prime says, call me Schehelian because I got a pull. Oh my gosh. For those who don't know, Schehelian is the name of an experiment of, it's a mountain, but you generally, sometimes you just say the Schehelian experiment, where they used a pendulum and they were able to measure the amount of extra pull toward the mountain because of its mass that the pendulum experienced. Pull. So Sea Lion Prime says, call me Schehelian because I got pull. See that? We're all Golgafrinchian says 200 flat earth proofs. 1, in reality, Earth is pizza shaped. Pineapple goes on pizza. Pineapple exists in reality. Earth is flat. 2, sweet corn exists. Don't think we want to finish that one. Jimmy Madison 42 says they don't even have a model. What keeps their 1,000 mile an hour sun from crashing into the side of the dome and a grand fireball a la NASCAR? Don't know. This is even more to it. They think there's a dome. The circumference of 90 degrees south is 78,000 miles. The dome has to move at over 3,000 miles an hour. So if you go to 89 degrees south, you are not far from a giant surface moving 3,000 miles an hour. Can you imagine the wind? It would create quite the vortex. FPV XTC says, to all our Aussie mates in Queensland, stay safe. Oh yeah, there's apparently, I'm told there's a cyclone headed their way, and I'm guessing it's rotating in the direction opposite the way it does in the northern hemisphere. Yeah, stay safe there. Keep. I mean, they are. The cool thing about hurricanes is a cool thing. We have a bit of a prediction time, so people can get the heck out of the way. Harley Corner says, MC Tune, please send your music videos to me before releasing the next one. I will actually make them sound like music, not low quality garbage. But how am I supposed to contact you, Harley Corner? That's what I need. So if you send me a message on Facebook or Discord, let's see what on Discord, or an email, those are the best. I will note it. Hugh Jar says it's rotating clockwise, opposite the north. There we go. Hugh Jar says, hi, I'm from Dirth's hometown, Ding Dong, Texas. I'm not here. I just wanted to say hi from there and say ding dong because that's what Dirth is. Mission Apparition Para says it's 6:12 a.m. in Bristol, UK, but love you and Craig MC. Thank you. Staying up all night just for this. You're crazy. Bruce Arand says, for the flat earth types, if the sun and moon are local and spin over the flat earth like a tetherball, what keeps them from flying off into space? There has to be a force doing it. What is it? Don't know. Isn't a valid answer. It's not, because you're going up against something that does have an answer. The cyclone's about to touch land. Headed right for my kidlets and some family, says DP Debunks. We'll hit them tonight. Dude, that's crazy. Stay safe. Modern Day Devil says, will Roger get on camera and chat? Doubt it. Scared. Yeah. I mean, he's gotta work on his spelling words for the week. Right? He's Astro Kate Sathik says, Witsit looks more Florida manish every day. Yes, he does. I mean, look at this. Look at that. Right? He is like never happy anymore. Poor guy. I don't feel sorry for him at all. Dark Star 4400 says, because I missed far too many streams this past month. Here you go. $5. Thank you very much, Dark Star. I was this on the trip. I used the camera. I got a really nice view of the Apollo capsule that was for Skylab 3. So the guy there that was talking knows Rubik's, of course, and she introduced me, and I'm like, hey, do you mind if I put the camera, because I've got the extendo pole, in the capsule? He's like, go ahead. So I put it all around in there. I'm going to do a video with it, so we can see the inside of an actual Apollo capsule. And then I did the top, and he's like, hey, while you're there, can you get that cobweb that's been up there for a while? So I used my camera to get a little piece of cobweb off. Anyway, so the top of it where they linked into Skylab, I got a view of that. I haven't reviewed that video yet, but it should be pretty cool, hopefully. But anyway, thank you for that, Dark Star 4400. Choco Later says, make a list of what a flat Earth does and doesn't agree on. Talked about that earlier. Conspiracy Music Studio says, I'm afraid soon we only have grifters and Fakatzoid left. There's three. Grifters, morons, and hyper-religious. That's what you got. Harley Corner says, I enhanced the Oakley video. I'm an admin of FEF with you. Are you kidding? Okay, the Oakley video, yes. An admin on Flat Earth Friends on Facebook? Seriously. I'm in a lot of Flat Earth groups. I have no idea what group anything is. I can't. There's too many. I get too many. No. I am absolutely overwhelmed with communication. So apologies for not remembering. So let me, man, my cursor got stuck. All right. All right. I'm adding it right now. Music mastering. Okay, there it is. Added it there. So, all right, got it. It's in my notes. I shall now remember it. So, okay. How much more do we want? We cannot watch all of it tonight. We're 26 minutes into a 3-hour video.
That just throws me off, man, just a little bit. Not saying that these guys have been compromised, but maybe suffering from an extreme case of amnesia, selective amnesia, as far as the global propaganda goes. But I don't know, man. Explain.
No, Daryl, when we look back real quick, Witz, I can't wait to talk to you. Alex Michael's in here as well, conspiracymusicguru.com. And Zen, glad to have you here as well. Sarge, sorry, Mr. Call just a little bit ago. That's why I sent you this, because I'm on my phone camera. I wasn't ignoring you. I love you. But one of the things, Daryl, when we go back to all...
This is great here. Really think so says, how do we trust that footage when the other footage from previous was faked? So he's questioning whether or not the footage from Antarctica was real with Witsit sitting there on the panel. Brilliant.
Of the experimentation that went on to this early on, when you got on the plane and you did the spirit level, I've heard people say, oh, that didn't work. It absolutely did work. It actually did show a pattern. It did show something was going on. There was no crazy variations that were going on during that entire flight that you...
As the globe predicts.
We're on. When Rob and I went and did the mirage test to actually check and see if there was actually a mirage on Lake Michigan, there was no mirage. We actually saw Chicago in view the entire time. It never changed.
As predicted on the globe. Right? They're just dumb.
There was definitely a smog or something coming off the city that actually came out, which would have been a low-lying cloud. But a wave this tall, in front of the city a mile out is going to hide the city. It actually, variations, you could actually lose the city or the lower parts of the city.
Oh my gosh. They're so stupid. How can you be so dumb? They don't understand perspective at all. And they love to talk about it. Rick Hummer, in here, trying to lecture people. A wave this tall could block the bottom half of the city. Yes. If the camera is lower than the top of that wave. If the wave is a foot tall and you're 2 feet above the surface of it, it can't block. It can't. It can't. It just can't, because it's below the camera. The view of across Lake Michigan to Chicago is in a camera that's multiple feet above the surface. So say you're 5 feet above, say you're 6 feet above, a 3-foot wave right next to you can't block anything. It can only block something if it's far away from you, and by the time it's far away from you, it can only block 3 feet of the distance, right? If that. Not even that. That's so stupid. These people have been in Flat Earth, Rick Hummer, for nearly a decade, and he is that stupid and ignorant of it. Yes, the distillation that the final experiment is causing leaves the incredible morons in Flat Earth like Rick Hummer. Stupid, so dumb. Oh my gosh. Is this Perks FTW? If the sun can hit a planet and light up day and night, space should be lit up too. No excuses. Now, this is so stupid, Perks FTW, that I suspect you're a Poe. I suspect you're a Poe. That this is just as dumb as anybody has ever been in all of humanity. To not understand why space is not lit up. Oh my gosh. Seriously, are you a Poe? Please be a Poe. Go to channel. 157 subscribers. You've got a playlist that's my music. Come on. You don't have any content? Oh my gosh. To see if you're a real flatty? No. None of this is... Nothing. There's no hints here to whether or not you're just like a Poe or if you're actually a real flatty. I gotta say though, if you're real, you are dumb. Really dumb. Really dumb. Did Flight 8 happen? Yes, it did, and they caught it. That's all I know. I was with my dad, with family. At the time, I just pulled up a little bit of the video while it was caught. So that's all I know. So I'll answer the question for the potential Poe. There's nothing there to be lit up. The fact that you might actually be an adult and this needs to be explained to you is painful. How stupid you are. This is not an insult. If you are not joking about that, you are stupid. Realize that you're stupid. Don't ever do anything that relies on your brain being smart. Don't ever do that again. I'm colorblind. Until I found out I was colorblind, I made incorrect conclusions about the color of things. And that one of the challenges of being colorblind is I still do that, right? I'm red-green colorblind. I see colors, but I don't see enough color, so I get things wrong. Sometimes something's red, I think it's brown. Sometimes something's brown, I think it's red. Why? Because I got burned thinking something looked this color and thinking, oh, that looks red, but I was wrong in the past and it was actually brown, so I'm going to call it brown, right? Knowing that I'm colorblind, I'm able to, though, to deal with it and say, you know what, I'm not going to trust either of those, and I'm going to ask somebody else, or I'm going to do some other way to do that. It helps me to know that I'm colorblind. What color's my wall? It's brown. I don't know. It's multicolored, mostly brown. Lots of shades of brown and beige and tan. I don't know. What was his name? Is he? There it is. How is space dark if the sun is up there? Billions of suns, no light. Okay, yeah. If you're not a Poe, all right. So I'll just say this: if you're not a Poe, Perks, you're dumb, and if you're Poe, it's not funny. So, like, if you're gonna Poe, be better. Be better. Good morning, the conspiracist. We got Darkstar 4400 says, love the Apollo story. When I was in 4th grade, the Mercury capsule Friendship 7 toured the U.S. and came to our school where several of us were allowed to sit in it. It paid to be a science nerd. Well, funny you should mention Friendship 7. They have a mock-up of Friendship 7 at the museum we're at in Cleveland. Like the control panels were, fake. But it was to scale. It was a 1-to-1 scale. And wow, it's small. It was small. So that was somebody orbited a few times in that tiny little capsule. It was crazy. Conspiracy Music Studios says, what if we told you your wall is actually red? I can use all their information to know that it's not actually red. It's possible that there is some red things on there. But generally, no, it's not. I can't be fooled like that. I've gotten burned. So, Choco later says, try to explain a concept awareness of awareness to the flat earthers and wait for the glitch. All right. I think the Poe, the maybe Poe has not responded for a while. I'm kind of getting a Poe vibe there. Anyway. All right, come on, Witsit. Let's hear him.
The refraction rate is there for that. But as far as all of these different things that were going on at the time, the laser tests, the high altitude test, all these things had one complete same denominator, and that is
flat earthers who can't do science performed them.
water lays flat. It has properties to it. Scientific method shows it over and over and over. It's, you can demonstrate this every single time. And when we go back to what Zach was saying with the sun and the patterns that it has, there are certain things that, no, we cannot see. We do not know exactly how it works. We're not there in part. We're not in God's mind. But what we do know is that the things that we can test.
You don't know how anything works. Not one thing. Your list of understanding of how things works is zero. There's nothing. That's the right. And you're going up against the globe, which has definitely, as in always will be the case in science, we don't know everything. But how does the sun work? We got that. How far is the sun away? Got that. What's the radius of the earth? Got it. Why do and how far can you see things over the surface of water? Got that. You need to include everything, not ignore them.
Are being ignored. And again, I don't want to keep on going on that maybe somebody's compromised or any of that stuff, because that has no bearing over what we're actually been talking about and have been talking about for the last 10 or plus years for some of you. And so I just want to say again, I know what we know. I know the tests that have been done. I know what I've seen with my own eyes, and I think all of us here.
Let's see. A better TFE would be a long-term demonstration site that shows water level does not equal a horizontal plane with water alongside a structure you can measure to be a plane. Here's a structure you can measure to be a plane. What flat earther could measure a structure to be a plane? Every time I've asked a flat earther, how would you construct a structure so that it is flat enough over the length of 1 mile? How could you create a structure that over the length of 1 mile does not have any flex in it, or at least has less flex than 8 inches? How? No flat earther can answer that question. They always go to, they go to two things. Optical things. Well, that's the problem. Optical things is the challenge. And so they're trying to avoid the optical thing. That's why they want to build the structure. Or they're like, use a water level. Nope. The thing in contention is whether or not water is curved or flat. You can't use the thing in question to determine whether or not the thing in question is curved or flat. So not one flat earther is able to even propose how to build this structure. And none of them have the awareness to say, wait a second, we don't know how to build that, right? None of them, not one of them, can propose a way to build it that they would accept. None. Butch Convoy says, please do more of these on a dry day, Friday or Saturday night would suit us this side of the Atlantic. Yeah, okay. One of the problems is that we do a lot of stuff on the weekends, but so I will take that into account, and I will as I have time, I will try to do it. And so what the question then is, to get the European audience, what time works on a Friday or Saturday night? So you let me know. Bruce Wolford says, check out the Parthenon and how it was built. The foundation curves. It was built that way to the impression that it's flat. Lisa says, all your weekends belong to us. I had that shirt. I had a shirt that said, all your base belong to us years ago. Yep. Sabulat says, I think FTFE made Witsit cry. Witsit's been crying a lot. 12 hours from now, says Tommy. So 1:30 p.m. That's the middle of the day and the weekend. That's tough for me. I you know what I'm going to be doing on Saturday and Sunday? I'm going to be working on the wall here, right? You can't see it, but I mean, right up there, it goes dark because there's no more boards up there, right? I've got another 1.5 feet or 2 feet of boards to put up. Well, I've only got another course of boards prepped, so I'm going to have to tear apart some more pallets, and then I'm going to put up shelves made out of reclaimed pallet wood. So that's what I'm doing this. So I can't do a live stream there. This is in the middle of the day. It's tough. So Fishy Fish isn't a flat earther, right? Are you flat earther, Fishy Fish? I mean, I made Fishy Fish a mod. I don't mind modding flatties as long as they're decent. Flat Earth Society, do you have a citation to flat Earth literature? I don't know. Clifford the Big Red Dog is probably a hard read for you, says Kin. Oh my gosh. Tommy Garfield says, so you have this fictional thing called family and house. Say it isn't so. I do. All right. I wonder if this. No, I don't want to play that. It might be copyrighted. I might get non-monetized if I play that. Oh, Fishy Fish is the main author of the Flat Earth Debunk article on Rational Wiki. There's not a flatty. All right. We've emailed back and forth a couple times. Jaron sent me your article on TFE. Are you the one that wrote the TFE article? Jaron sent it to me yesterday. It's like, that's a good article. So if that was you or if you're involved in that, Jaron's impressed. I was impressed. I love it. That's a great article. It's very big, which is fantastic. That's what she said.
That are on this panel right now have done certain tests and have seen things and have observed things with our own eyes. So I don't know what the other guys have seen. I don't know if they actually ever had successful tests, but I think that could be a factor as well of what's been happening. But again, not to talk too much here, I just want to make sure that we understand that, let's not get lost in the shuffle of what's going on with them. Let's stay focused on where we're at and what we do know, because that to me is the most important thing right now is that,
it's still
what we do know. You don't know anything. What's the sun made of? You don't know. How high is it? You don't know. Every question I could ask, you don't know.
It's pretty important to address that, though, because the irrationality that's going on that side is just so unfathomable. I'm still trying to deal with the fallout from all of that. I mean, I'm getting shit from Jaron at the moment, which is so irrational. He's just constantly telling lies about me, and I'm just like, what the hell is going on? So this is incredibly irrational. Yeah, no, so am I. And this is incredibly irrational behaviour, which I can't quite put my finger on, but you have to kind of use Occam's razor, and I think it is important to talk about this. If it looks like
They never use Occam's razor. They always get it wrong. Occam's razor, let me review. Occam's razor is when you have two equally valid explanations, the one that has the least assumptions is likely to be the one that's correct. Okay? It's not absolutely the one, but it's a good way to guide your research. But here's the important thing. Two equally valid. And so that would be if you have one model that predicts the time that the sun will set and another model that predicts the time that the sun will set. Now you have, if just this one thing, now you have two equally valid models. Then you look at the one that has the least assumptions. The globe has can do that, and the only assumption is, it's not an assumption, but let's say it is for a second, that there is refraction causing it to set at a slightly different time. Flat Earth doesn't actually have a time. Let's imagine they had a time. Let's imagine somehow they output a time that over the flatness, the sun could be made to set. What causes that? Don't know. There's the assumption. Big assumption. Is it atmospheric effects? What atmospheric effects? Don't know. That's an assumption. There you go. But Flat Earth doesn't even have that. They don't get to Occam's razor because they don't get to the qualification of equally valid.
It's a duck, at the end of the day. So it seems absolutely insane to me to spend 10 years building a house, the most advanced house you can think of. You take 10 and you understand every aspect of that house, and then for some reason you find a problem with the lights in the kitchen, and you go, right, okay, let's knock the whole house down. It's incredibly irrational behavior. So for me,
it's not a house though. They spent 10 years building nothing. Remember, how high is the sun? Don't know. What causes the bottom-up obstruction of Chicago skyline? Don't know. What's the distance between Sydney and Perth? Don't know. It's across the ground. Nothing in the sky needed. Don't know. What about celestial navigation? Don't know. Can't do it. What map do you use? Don't want to talk about that. How do you see the 24-hour sun in Antarctica? Don't know. Everything's don't know. You don't know anything. You don't have a house. You don't have a house. You don't have a field. You don't have a door. You don't have a foundation. You don't even own the land.
For me, the question is, why the irrational behaviour? And then you have to go, okay, then you start getting into conspiracy, like, has he been compromised? Has he been paid? And I think that's an important question.
Alex, I think that's a great thing. I just want to jump in on that. Just a couple of things. Hi, by the way. I hope you're well, Alex. We did Flat Earth Social with Austin and Jaron just before they went. One of the questions.
Oh, that's what Ian is. Ian does the Flat Earth Social thing where he gets people actually together in the same room in England. And they then brings in speakers in person. He had Oakley in there. Oh my gosh. Oakley was begging this Ian guy to take the microphone away from somebody else because Oakley didn't have his mute button with him. He needed Ian to be his mute button. It was precious. I will, and thank you to Harley Corner for producing that. I will be reviewing that video at some point in the future here. Where's the South Pole? In Antarctica, 90 degrees south. Yes, it is. Well, Perks FTW says, sun leaves your perspective. Yeah, bud, you have never followed the actual sun. Perks FTW, sun leaves your perspective is an assumption. Occam's razor, don't no worky. What time will the sun set according to sun leaves your perspective? You don't know. Those are just words that you were told to say and told to believe by your flat earth masters.
Questions was asked to Jaron specifically was, well, listen, if you do see a 24-hour sun, it's still not going to be a globe, right? And he answered many times, of course not. Of course it's not going to be a globe. So there is a behavioural difference. And the other thing I'd like to say is everyone on this panel, every one of us would have gone down to Antarctica and said, do you know what? We've seen that in the sky. Let's go and work that out. You don't automatically go, well, it's got to be a globe, right? So what I'm saying is any one of us would have done the same thing and not said it's a globe. We'd have just said, listen, well, that's strange. We'll have to go back and have a look at that.
Well, Austin's there. Are they going to say something? Here we got Benai Yahuwah says, maybe because 24-hour sun is impossible on flat earth. It is. It is impossible to look south and see the sun on it. So
none of us would have defaulted to a globe. So, and Jaron has, and that's very, very strange behaviour because, like I say, none of us would have done that. We'd have said, it's cold, and oh yeah, it does go right to left, or whichever way, it does go the opposite way, and we need to have a look at that. And
yes, I agree with that. I was saying I don't want to speculate where they went, Ian. I was just trying to speculate. I don't want to speculate that they got paid or this or that. My point is,
as soon as you say you don't want to speculate it, you are speculating it. Don't even bring it up if you're not speculating it. But look at that. Somebody in the chat, Dean Lingley Sr. says Jaron has to be getting money.
Yeah, they probably saw what they saw. Witt's right here. He's talking. He's here in the group right now.
Hey, Austin.
So,
and just and at the beginning, I was going up against all the people that were attacking them because their claims they were making were wrong and provably wrong. The question.
Yeah, but then it didn't go so well for him. Then Dearth deleted those videos.
Isn't, so many people think it was filmed somewhere else and everything. I think they pretty much proved that they were there, and whatever they filmed, they filmed. Now, did some film get manipulated? I have no idea, no way to know, right? I kind of believe.
Well, you have a way to know. You could ask Austin.
What Austin tells me, Jaron, he's gone. I don't know what's going on with him. I've literally blocked him on all platforms. I don't really talk to him anymore because we just don't jive. So again, the chat is kind of, and the panel, we're kind of slipping off track. Let's talk about the proofs, right? If they went there and saw the circling sun, what does it mean, right? Does it mean they saw a fake sun? I'm going down that line, but I can't prove it. Did they see a real?
Then why would you hold such a ridiculous position? Answer: money. All this accusing Jaron or others of getting money is ridiculous. This is about money for Dave.
Sun is an anomaly that happens just during 2 weeks during the solstice, on either side of the solstice. I don't know, but it only happened once. After all of these years, it took some propped up Globers to go down there to be the first ones to ever witness it. In reality,
thousands of people have witnessed it for over 100 years. And the early flat earth literature acknowledges it. Lady Blunt acknowledges it. And he's like the first person to ever witness a 24-hour sun. What an idiot.
And that's weird. That's not scientific. You got to do it at least 3 times for it to be a scientific observation.
No, it doesn't. Where did he get that from? Where did this used car salesman get that idea from? You're not a scientist, Dave. You've never done science. You don't know the scientific method. You don't know how people do science.
There's also coming out, Steve from Space Busters, hoping he would be here. He did an analysis of all of the bases in Antarctica and their sunset times. Doesn't work on a globe. And he's really done a lot of work that should be coming out, maybe even today, but any day soon.
No doubt it's all wrong. Space Buster, hold on. Let me look that up. Oh my gosh, it's certainly going to be wrong. That's an absolute. No, most recent videos a month ago. The secret sacred laws of the luminaries in the 24-hour TFE sun. Oh my gosh, these people are idiots. They're just. We've lowered the bar. We've made it possible for idiots to communicate. That's the problem. We've made it possible for idiots like Flat Earth Dave to communicate en masse.
So, Austin, you want to jump in?
Sure, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for being here, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah. I mixed up the times, actually. But yeah, I kind of agree with the general sentiment that Alex and D. Marble was saying. I've tried to actually talk to Jaron about this a few times, like even before we got back to the States. I don't know. It just seems really irrational to me to I don't know. I just don't get it. I don't know what's going on, but to pick the one observation of the sun and throw everything else out is super weird.
So I bought a $500 bottle of Creative Rent This because it's the world's most popular fragrance, potentially of all time. I think it's.
Wolfie got to skip the ad. There we go.
Falsified the alleged curvature of Earth. So that part's really perplexing, right? Because I go to him and he'll say this doesn't. Basically, his argument is I can't explain this on an AE model. That's the only model I think could work. So it has to be a globe. I'm like. Okay, so if we flip it around, you're like, okay, look, we just looked at an actual position of a mountain in relation to the celestial position of a star, and that actual relative angle would require that the mountain is in its actual position. It verifies it, would according to the globe metrics, that mountain shouldn't be visible unless it's refracted up, so it'd have to be the parent location. So literally...
Okay, so that little bit of word salad he just said there, it wasn't word salad, just kind of rambled. You got to remember this, okay? Austin is now of the position that things in the sky can't determine the shape of the Earth. Okay? On Globebusters, this is what he's talking about. They measured the angle to a star, a thing in the sky, and they measured the angle to a mountain and compared them, and then concluded that based on measuring things in the sky, they think that the Earth is flat because of it. So Austin, on the one hand, says you can't look at things in the sky to determine the shape of the Earth, and on the other hand is saying you can look at things in the sky to determine the shape of the Earth. Double standard. But the quality of that measurement was crap. Ruhif has offered $5,000 to anybody to put money on a good measurement of it. To my knowledge, nobody's taken him up on it.
Falsifies the globe, and it's been repeated back to back to back times. Same thing happens every single time. So it would be like me going to you, Jaron, and saying,
"Oh, look at that! It's Nathan looking at Austin. Precious."
Okay, well, I can't explain this on the globe at all, so it can't be a globe. So I don't even understand the line of reasoning, where it's like I don't know. I don't get it. So I don't care about the who does what, says what, but yeah, I think we definitely went there, bro. All the conspiracies about it, I think are kind of goofy, but whatever.
Let me just chime. Go ahead, finish up. Sorry.
Yeah, we went there. We saw what I would say was just the sun. The sun's always in an apparent position. I've known this about flat Earth for 5 years. The sun has to be in an apparent position on a flat Earth. That's well known. That's another part that's super confusing. It's like, did people not know that already? Like once you get to the equator, then it starts to go in a weird direction. It's like the sun has to be in an apparent position relative to the personal observer for the Earth to be flat. That's been known for literal years. So that's also weird. And
but you need to explain it. You can't just wish it to be that way. That's all. They just hope.
I don't want to fall into the arguments, but it's just odd.
Apparently, didn't know that. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no worries. I just want to say, if I didn't know Jaron and Austin, and I would have been jumped on it. I would have been on all of those things. But this thing was designed for me. This trip was specific.
Oh man, Dave loves himself so much. Dave's such a fan of Dave.
Designed for me to go, and I know that I'm not in on it. So I'm like, what are they going to do? Put me on an airplane and go, hey, by the way, we're going to the North Pole, and we're gonna do something crazy. So I knew who's playing the music. Someone's playing music. Is that you, Marty? Cut the crap. Okay.
He was actually intentionally playing music on top of Dave. Thank you, Marty. I'm your biggest fan.
Okay. So that's kind of where I got my confidence. That's where I got my confidence. You should have played a little more appropriate song. So that's all I want to say about that. And Marty Leeds is here, but Zen Garcia is here. I just want to be mindful of his time. Zen, are you under pressure? You want to go next?
Yeah, that would be great, man. I really appreciate it, and I'm honored to be here with all of you. I got great respect for all of you as well. I'm going to just share something I posted on Facebook. It's really short and quick, but I agree with the initial arguments when it comes to non-existent curvature and that the Earth is stationary, fixed, and non-moving. I wrote this in reply to Robbie Davidson. To anyone that is now...
Don't care. Really don't care. Zen Garcia, by the way, he's an early flat earther. This is look at who they assembled here, right? Rick Hummer, right here, right? Early flat earther, definitely committed to the cult. You got Ian Leahy right here, committed to the cult. You got Dr. Zach, not a doctor, committed to the cult. Marty Leeds, cult. Witsit, don't know. He's screwed. Sergeant, grifter. Zen Garcia, cult. Hanvey, cult. Matt Long, cult. Right? So we got 2 grifters, and then the rest are cult members. And all of them, this is an absolute necessity, all of them are morons. All of them.
convinced because of the final experiment that the Earth is a globe, I'll share with you what I shared on Robbie Davidson's profile. Robbie, you know I respect you, brother, but no matter what was shown in the final experiment, curvature is non-existent and water cannot adhere to a ball. These are facts that must...
Those are claims. Those are claims. This is when I say it's a cult, it's a religious position. These things that he's saying here, right? He's declaring water to be flat. That is a religious claim. He says that water can't stick to a ball. That's a religious claim. It's just a religion.
Must be reconciled with true evidence, no matter what we think we know of the cosmology. Do we have all the answers? No.
You have no answers. They always say, do we have all the answers? No, we don't need them. No, you need one answer. Let's start with one answer. You don't have one answer. None. You have nothing. They're so blind to them. They have no self-awareness.
But these are foundational truths that cannot be denied. Show me confirmation of curvature, or that the Earth is moving, spinning at 1,037 miles an hour, faster than the speed of sound, or a bullet shot from a pistol. And then...
You want that, and when it's given to you, you reject it. So you don't want it. You don't want truth. You don't want measurements. You want only confirmation. Everything that doesn't confirm, you hand toss or hand wave away.
We can discuss the final experiment. This challenge goes to anyone part of the experiment or the journey. I'm willing to debate anyone on these three facts. 1, there is no curvature. The Earth is fixed, stationary. 2, the Earth is fixed, stationary, and unmoving. And 3, water cannot adhere to a ball, but must be contained in a basin. And once it is, its properties dictate that it will always settle in a level. How do you reconcile this? And so...
Sounds like Zen Garcia and I are going to have a debate. All right, I'll make that happen.
You know, the whole theme of what we've been talking about, and I'm sure that all of us here have tested for ourselves, and those that are in cognitive dissonance, you can go out with laser pointers, mirrors, a stretch of a flat body of water, and confirm.
And do a terrible test by intentionally ignoring the effects of the atmosphere, while at the same time declaring that the atmosphere solves problems for you that it could not actually solve.
That curvature is non-existent, even at 8 inches per mile, not even inversely squared. And so this in and of itself,
inversely squared
idea.
He can't even get the wrong formula right.
That the Earth is a ball or a sphere spinning through space. And the way that the stars have been situated, the Mazzaroth, the constellations, the way that they show and have been used by navigators for thousands of years to determine where north is, how parallax is. The stars have not changed positions, but they maintain a constant pattern, and they are moving.
This guy is 8-9 years into it, and he says day one claims. All this, do your own research. Let's listen again.
Change positions.
A little farther.
Per mile, not even inversely squared. And so this in and of itself negates the whole idea that the Earth is a ball or a sphere spinning through space. And the way that the stars have been situated.
The way that the stars have been situated.
The Mazzaroth, the constellations, the way that they show.
The constellations, the way that they show.
And have been used by navigators for thousands of years.
Have been used by navigators for thousands of years. I think he's a little bit off on that. Navigators really started using the stars well in the 1700s. Before that, it wasn't quite the same, right? In the 1700s, they had timepieces that were accurate enough to do full celestial navigation to get your accurate position on the globe. Idiot. First law of Flerf. Before that, they couldn't get their position. They could get directions and things like that. You get your latitude with an astrolabe or a sextant before you had accurate timepieces at sea.
To determine where north is, how parallax is. The stars
How parallax is? Oh my gosh.
have not changed positions, but they maintain.
The stars have not changed position. All right, that right there. This is like day one flat earther. Zen's been around for years. Day one flat earther. Stars never moved for thousands of years for all of documented history. Really? Bring up the documentation. Oh, well, here the Georgia Guidestones were up for 50 years. Okay. First of all, that was a 1 or 2 inch wide hole, so your margin of error on that is pretty stinking bad, and it was only 50 years, so that's not all of human history. You said thousands of years. Let's just start with 100 years ago. Don't have that? Then you lied. Weren't Pacific Islanders using celestial navigation for way longer? They did, but it gave them their direction. It helped them to know direction. They weren't able to get their position on the surface of the Earth using that, right? Since celestial navigation really got accurate at sea in the 1700s because of accurate timepieces or chronographs. You need to know what time it is. The reason why is because you use to get your position using celestial navigation alone. You need to know what time it is because you look at a star and you need to know then where the GP of that star is. Okay, so all the major stars that are used for celestial navigation, astronomers would document very precisely where they are in the celestial sphere. But that depends on the time of day. So they know, well, at this time, this star is above Greenwich, right? And that's kind of their baseline. Like, let's start here, okay? And then at that moment in time, all of the other stars in the celestial sphere are at these different positions, right? Okay, well, it's not that exact time right now. It's 12 hours later, right? Oh, well, that's an easy one. All the stars have moved 180 degrees. Or it's 8 hours or 6 hours later. They've moved 90 degrees, right? So if you know your accurate time, then you know where the stars are longitudinally, right? And that once you know that, then you can use the stars to determine where you are on the surface of the Earth. Not having that, you can't just get your position. So you can do things like you can look, well, there's the North Star. So here's our cardinal directions, east and west. You can do that. If you can't see the North Star, you can say, well, it's this time of year and it's approximately this time of night. We look this direction and we see, oh, here's a constellation that way. So that tells us that this is southeast. Things like that. So celestial navigation, though, typically when you say celestial navigation, the idea is getting your accurate latitude, longitude on the surface of the Earth using things in the sky alone. But let me remind you again, this group of idiots here are the group of idiots that claim things in the sky cannot tell you the shape of the Earth. And this idiot, Zen Garcia, just claimed things in the sky can tell you the shape of the Earth. They are so unaware that that not one of them, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 other people are sitting there. Not one of them said, hey, hold on a second, Zen. Don't you remember? We all agreed that our position is things in the sky don't determine the shape of the Earth. You don't get to say that anymore, Zen. they are almost without fail still fixated on using things in the sky to determine the shape of the Earth, unless it contradicts them. And not one of them, not a single one of them is like, hold on a second, guys. We can't have that position.
A constant pattern, and they are moving at the exact same rate of speed. And the star trails, the video evidence of star trails, confirms that all of the luminaries, including the sun and the moon, and the planets, the wandering stars, they are all moving around Polaris. They're not.
Dexter's Killer Lab, kind of wanting to ask him, are you okay, bro? I'm okay. I love this. It's become my hobby. I have built up. I've put a bit of effort into this to understanding this topic, and all of the different ways that flat earthers attempt to deceive people. I'm ready for them. So when Zen Garcia here is deceiving people about stars and claiming that they don't move, and I didn't say that, they do move. We've documented it. I know the lie. And I know how to rebut the lie. So a couple years ago, a bunch of flat earth debunkers had been like, they're like, hey, you know what? Flat earth is stupid. We're moving on. A bunch of them moved on to other stuff. I looked at that. I said, I could switch to a different topic, but then I'm like, I don't know. I've kind of built up a knowledge base. I think I'll stick with it. See how it goes. So I like it.
Encircling the sun. These things can be confirmed and determined. I did a show just 2 nights ago talking about the star trails.
You can't talk about things in the sky, Zen. Remember this? You're not the stuff in the sky guys anymore. You have to pretend those don't exist and don't matter.
And how all that works according to perspective. And I came on just in time to hear Dr. Zach speaking about what he has done in regard to perspective and the way that the firmament plays into what we see as perspective. And I explained all this in that video that I put into the chat. It is definitely something that is that you need visuals in order to explain and get people to have that light bulb moment to make sense of it. But there is this celestial equator, and at the equator, and the way that the stars move in the opposite direction, reversing what seems to be course and pattern, all that is according to perspective. Because
if it was according to perspective, then when I put this dome over the camera, then perspective, whatever you magically think it is, would have made these dots here on the perimeter do tight circles.
they are not moving in the opposite direction, at the equator. So all that has to be reconciled with perspective. And I believe that without a doubt, the firmament has an important part to play within what we see and how we see it. And so, but also, and I'll just, after this, I can pass it to somebody else. The fact that they were so quickly, willing to change their positions, even though they know still that curvature is non-existent and that the Earth is not moving at this.
All right, I just need to. Curvatures. I mean, it's just a religious mantra, and of course, none of them ever do their own research. They only do things that confirm their pre-selected conclusions. But here we go. Here's that curvature that they said is non-existent. Right here. This is taken at, let's see the height. Right here. 72,000 feet. Okay. This is over South Dakota. This is in the 1936 National Geographic photograph by Captain Albert W. Stevens. I've got this. This actual photograph. I own a copy of it. Anyway, here it is. They added in post. They added a line here. This black line. across it. So you can see here the black line is just a tiny bit below the horizon on the left side here. And over on the right, just a tiny bit above the horizon over on the right. But what do you have in the middle? Look at that. You've got this bulge in the middle. So when they're like, there's no curve, well, here's the curve. Now, having an excuse and saying, well, something else caused that, that's curve. Right? Now, your something else that caused it is garbage. But even if it weren't, that's what the globe predicts right there. That's curve. So there's one. There's one. Hold on. Here's two. Kip Dargertis. And you notice on both sides of the center of frame, the curve is the same direction. I chose a bunch of different frames so that we could see that they're all in different direction, different relation to the center frame, but always still curving in the same direction. So this is an important one. It's below center of frame, still curved. Still curved the same way, below center of frame. This is a rectilinear lens. The previous one here, this is an anastigmatic lens. An anastigmatic lens is even better than a rectilinear lens. They specifically designed it so that they can take photographs of the ground and then measure things on the ground to make maps. It's for cartography. It's very important. It's vital that this doesn't introduce distortions. So, all right, there you go. All right, hold on. Now we've got, that was at about 300,000 feet. This one is at 46,000 feet. It's from a video. This is from taken with an iPhone. Center frame right there, curve. Now, if it's fisheye, then if you have it high in the frame, it will exaggerate the curve. It will be a significantly larger curve. Let's see if that happens. It does not. Let me get myself out of the way for a second here. There you go. Above the center of the frame, curve is in the same direction. Now, of course, below the center of frame, you'd expect the same and exactly that. Oh. There it is. So it's not the lens. And that's from a video from Wolfie6020, and he filmed it through the cockpit in the same lens, the same cockpit. Filmed some straight edges in the hangar, and they're still straight. So it's not the canopy or the windscreen that's doing it. So there you go. There's three. So what are you going to do, Flatties? You're going to lie about that? Of course you're going to lie about that. You have to lie about it. That's what you do. You lie. Flat earthers lie. That's what you're all about.
This insane rate of speed is just absolutely bizarre to me. And so, yeah, there's got to be something more to it. But of course, I'm always going to stand on the truth. And the truth is that curvature is non-existent. I'm sure that most of us here have done the experiment, and which is confirmable, repeatable. Anybody in the world can do it. The fact that you can see
repeatable
at 100 miles distance from
repeatable
Kauai, when there should be a mile of curvature,
repeatable.
It's impossible. The fact that you can see the Statue of Liberty from Philadelphia, and
oh my gosh, it's like he just got the Facebook Flerf pamphlet. You cannot see the Statue of Liberty from Philadelphia. That's just some idiot flat earther that made the claim. Where's the photograph? It doesn't exist. Oh my gosh, just an absolute blind faith. And 9 other people on the panel, none of them are like, oh, hold on a second, you can't actually see that. None of them call each other up for making up garbage that's not true. Not one of them. Not one of them says, Zen, that's not right. There has to be at least one person on that panel that knows that you cannot see the Statue of Liberty from Philadelphia. There has to be at least one there. Didn't say a word. Thou shalt not correct a flat earther when they lie. It must be one of the commandments that the other flat earthers follow. They have to protect the grift. Yep.
New York and New Jersey at 60 miles distant when there should be a half a mile of curvature.
You can't see it.
Also
just a lie.
According to the globe model and heliocentric Copernican beliefs. And so these things are undeniable. The people that build railroads, canals, bridges, they don't take into account curvature.
Of course they do. Of course they do. Book on surveying. You can't do long distance surveying without taking into account curvature. If you're going to do a canal or you're going to do a railroad, guess what you're doing? You're using the methods in this book and other surveying books, which includes the radius of the Earth in it. So he's just lying. Flat earthers lie. That's what they do. They're liars. Witsit fell asleep. See that? Oh my goodness. Reciprocal leveling. Page 231 of the book Surveying Practice, 3rd edition by Kissam. This introduces the instrument errors and in long sights the effect of Earth's curvature. To eliminate these errors, the level should be carried from the mark on one side to the other by 2 instrument setups, one on each side of the body of water. This will result in 2 elevations for B. The average is used. Trigonometric leveling. Often, it is necessary to determine the elevation of an inaccessible point. Trigonometric leveling is used. An allowance for the refraction of the air and Earth curvature is necessary when these distances are great. You're just lying, Zen. And what's their answer to this? They'll just say, nuh-uh. They'll just say that, no, that they don't actually do that. And how do you know? You're not a surveyor. Yeah. But look at Austin. Look, he's just sleeping. He's just sleeping. Hold on. Let's get this here. Let's get the Austin cam going here. I mean, listening to Zen, I can't blame him. Look at him. It's like, oh yeah.
They try to, in fact, keep what they're building as flat as possible in order to keep the track, the railways, the movement all smooth, so that locomotives don't have to travel up hills or anything like that. And so there's a whole lot to what we were talking about and what we've been speaking about in regard to truth. And we just simply have to stand on the fact that curvature is non-existent. And if that is fact, and that is provable fact, the world cannot be a ball, cannot be a sphere. And we're not moving as well, but that's a whole another topic. The way that we see sunset when you go to the ocean and you look out over the horizon, and the way that they call it sea level, and you can see the sun
Like, does he think that nobody has heard this? This is funny. The whole panel, like every single person on the panel, they can recite these mantras too. Every single person in the audience can recite these mantras too. This is what you do in a cult, right? You repeat the same mantras over and over and over again. That's what you do. That's what it's a religious thing. You got to repeat it constantly.
Setting in the ocean, and you have a pillar of light all the way from the sun to your eye. That's impossible if there's
no, it's curvature.
Not. And then the
think about this. If you're at the ocean and you can what you maybe see 5 miles out to the horizon, right? If you're not standing on something high, 5 miles. How much curve is in 5 miles? Let's say it's 7 miles. How much curve is in 7 miles? Now you can ask a flat earther that. You could probably ask every single idiot on this panel, how much curve does the globe say is in 7 miles? And almost every time their answer is, there is no curve. I don't believe there's curve. No. We're testing the globe. So you take the globe claim and you determine what the globe position is, and then you test it. Okay? They won't even attempt, but you ask them. But if you press them, say, how much curve does the globe claim is in 7 miles? They cannot answer. Not one of these idiots down here can answer. None of them can. They're too stupid to answer. But here is how easy it is. There's 1 degree of curve in 69 miles. Round up to 70. 1 degree of curve in 70 miles. Now, how much curve is in 7 miles? 0.1. That math that I just did in my head, and probably every single one of you just did in your head, they can't do. 0.1 degree. So 0.1 degree in 7 miles. Can you see with your eyes 0.1 degree stretched out over 7 miles? Going away from you? Can you see that? How close to perfectly flat is 1/10 of a degree in 7 miles? It's pretty close. Is it close enough that if you did have a perfectly smooth mirror that was 7 miles long, curved 0.1 degree, stretched out between you and the sun, would you see a perfect reflection of the sun, or would you see a smear a little bit? Don't know. They don't know. Now let's make that ripply, okay? Because it's not perfectly flat. Let's say it's a mirror. Keep it a mirror, and let's just have it have little ripples on it, just very slight ones. Yeah, it's coming at all sorts of angles. Yeah, you'd see a smear. You'd see a pillar of light, as he says. That's what you expect to see on the globe. Everything about flat Earth is a straw man of the globe. That's it. Everything is, they hate when it's expressed in degrees. How many degrees of curve is there in 7 miles? I don't know how many inches. So it's 8 inches per mile squared. That's the only formula they know. 8 inches per mile squared. That's 7 miles. And now what? You square it. That's 7 miles. What do I do now? You square the number of miles. I don't know what to do. Yep. Seriously. That's please stop talking Zen. You're stupid.
Military use of radar,
oh my gosh.
the railgun systems, all these different things.
Seriously, this is railgun. They're parabolic.
Confirm without a doubt, curvature is non-existent. And so the world cannot be a globe, cannot be spherical, and that's just simply fact. And so truth has to be built.
Awesome, Zen. For those of you that don't know who's...
Wow. Thank you, Dave. Just railroad over Zen. I love it.
So for those of you that don't know who Zen is, he was taken to court on a bet about flat Earth. For globe, he took him to court, I believe, twice.
And Dave's about to lie.
And he won twice. Flat Earth.
He didn't win at all. It got thrown out. Thrown out, not equal win.
Earth won twice in court. Not that I'm saying that courts make the right decision, but it did happen.
Yes.
So will Zen correct him? No, he won't. He'll let Dave have that lie.
This was actually, something that came up in the discussion where we were debating over whether William Thompson, who was a Microsoft engineer, if he had actually won the money and if I had to pay him off. I have the court documents which confirm my testimony, and I basically said in court exactly what I said here. I brought up the evidence with, being able to see Oahu from Kauai, the Joshua Nowicki photo of which Rick, you, and Rob went to the shore of Lake Michigan.
The shore? But Joshua Nowicki took it from the top of a sand dune. They don't want to repeat the same experiment. They only want to do something that confirms their pre-selected conclusion. They would not dare to go to the top of that sand dune.
Took a boat all the way out to the Chicago skyline to confirm that that was not a mirage. I mean, these are, provable experiments that absolutely blow away the idea that the Earth could be a ball.
So, in case you're wondering, they don't understand what the refraction claim was, and so they go, because they can't actually go to somebody that knows what they're talking about. They take the weatherman's brief off the from the cuff explanation of it's a mirage. It's not a mirage. Why you see the skyline. So it's not a mirage, it's normal generic refraction, and generic refraction just causes things to be lifted. A mirage would be where sometimes it's upside down, so you see a thing upside down, and sometimes you see it like there's a disconnect and there's a higher picture of it. Or what you really see a lot is like if you're right on a road and you look for it and you see the shiny surface on it. That's the classic mirage, and that's because the road is really hot and there's a dramatic temperature change right there, right above the surface of the road. So you're actually seeing the sky reflected off the road like a mirror. That's the classic mirage. And so they were expecting to see the skyline flip or something while they boated across. So they love to find people that misspoke and treat it as absolute pure gospel. That's what they did there. So, can you see the entirety of the island, the big island, or whatever he's talking about from Hawaii? No, of course not. Flat Earth, you would have to see the entirety. All of it, all the way down to the shore. Get out a telescope and look at the waves lapping up on the shore. That's what Flat Earth requires. You don't get any bottom-up obstruction on Flat Earth. Oh, you want to talk about atmospheric effects? If you won't include atmospheric effects that we say and have documented exist, then why would you bring up atmospheric effects? So, Flat Earth, yeah. So I'll tell you, the Flat Earth court case, what happened is Zen Garcia put out a challenge, typical Flat Earth challenge, and the guy that answered it, I don't know who he was, but he didn't. It was something. I think Zen said, prove the 8 inches per mile squared, which isn't the curvature rate of the Earth. So prove the straw man of the globe. Because he's an idiot. Anyway, so Zen. So the guy just produced a program. The guy challenging Zen is like, here's the evidence. Like, that's not. I don't know why he did that. That's not evidence. You need measurements. He didn't bring any measurements. That's the problem. He should have brought measurements. Anyway, the court case was thrown out. The judge did not say the defendant wins, boom, gavel, right? The judge said, I'm throwing this case out. So you didn't win. You didn't lose. Neither side won and neither side lost. It was thrown out. You don't get to call that a win. But they will because they lie. All right. I think that's it for Zen. That's all I can take for Zen. And it's about all I can take for tonight. It's 2:23. It's a bit late. I mean, I'm a night owl, so I love it. But let me see what else we got here. We got Butch Convoy says, your normal time is good. Getting up at 5 a.m. during the week for work is the killer. Hence the odd Friday or Saturday night would be great. Oh, yeah. I much prefer. I'm a night owl. I'll get up tomorrow just fine for work. But yeah, I have done some late Friday or Saturdays. But yeah, I'll kick them in every once in a while as I can. So Zebulon 181 says, what if Whitsitt and Dave made a baby? Oh my gosh. Ugh. Gross. We're all Golgafrinchians for £5 says, Dr. Zach should actually be Dr. Zach, as he got his name from the Christmas cracker joke, Doctor, I think I'm a flat earther. Is that where he got it from for real? Or are you just saying that? I think you're just saying that, but I don't know. Jimmy Madison 42 says Alpha Draconis, Thuban, was the North Star from 4000 to 2000 BC. The pyramids were aligned to Thuban, not Polaris. They move. These are the kinds of things that, like Zen's like, I said this in court. Like all of the things. This is the thing. You don't, in court, you don't just say things and then that's it. The other side gets a chance too, right? When you do a video on your channel and you block people that comment, that disagree with you, yeah, you can have that echo chamber, right? You're dishonest, you're scum. But if it's in court, you don't get to do that. If it's a debate, you don't get to do that, Zen. I'm going to contact Zen and take him up on his debate invitation. Dexter's Killer Lab says, here lives Lester Flerf, who took a stroll upon AstroTurf he thought that looks flat, and upon it descended that this must be the shape of all Earth. Sorry, I kind of stumbled through that one. That's nice. Yep. Here's the good test, just for the good test. If you want to really test the shape of the Earth, you need to control for confounding variables. So having it close to water, not a good idea. So you want to get away from the water. You want to avoid having the path of light skim the surface of the water, because no matter what you do, it's going to be optical. Right? Building something physical that's a mile long and having it be straighter than and having it have less than 8 inches of flex. How are you going to build that? I can't answer the question. Material science doesn't exist that can do that non-optically. So you have to do it optically, and we know how to deal with that. So you go to water. You go to water. And then you build. Dave McKeegan says, vote Tune for top left. Disagree. You here's one way. You set up a theodolite or an auto level a certain measured distance above the surface of the water. Because the question is, does water curve? Okay, so we're going to use water to do the test. Go to a lake. You want to find a lake that's not wavy. You want to find a lake that's maybe got surrounded by something that prevents lots of wind. So you set up your theodolite above it, maybe 5 feet. Okay. And then you go a mile away, 2 miles away. It works because it's less than 5 feet. So the line of sight isn't going to be skimming the surface of water where the refraction is maximized. Right. And if you can get more than 5 feet up, perfect. Do 10 feet up, do 15 feet up. Then you go to the other side at your point, half a mile, mile, 2 miles, 3 miles away, whatever you're going to do. Okay. Set up a target the same elevation above the water. Okay. So then from the one end, then you sight through it with your auto level. Auto level will auto level. And so you'll get a straight line that's tangent to your vertical at that point. And if that distant object, the distant target, is right there in the middle, then guess what? That confirms flat. And if it's below, right, because it's gone around a curve, right? So it's lower, right? Here's your line of sight, and this is lower. That confirms curve, right? Now, there are things that can affect it. Refraction will cause things to appear slightly higher. So, really, for flat Earth, that distant thing should be higher than straight across. It should be a little bit higher. And for the globe, it should be a little higher than precisely the globe measurement should be, depending on the amount of refraction. How do you reduce that refraction? Well, you do it in conditions. Then on top of having it away from the surface of the water, you're doing it in conditions that are where the vertical temperature gradient is not dramatic, as consistent as possible. So if the water temperature and the air temperature is the same temperature, bonus. You want to do it on a day that's not sunny, and ideally you do it in the morning. So, and funny enough, that's what a few people have done. Bob the Science Guy, for example, did that. I have the example I like to use is from Jesse Kozlowski. You just Google Jesse Kozlowski Level Lake. And he's got, I don't want the YouTube, I want his. There you go. Perfectly flat level lake. And he did it twice. Oh, I don't want the videos. It goes to my website, which I have the correct link to. So it should be. Man, somebody on Facebook's like, all you have is cartoons. So I sent him this page. Right? It's just a bunch of measurements. None of these are cartoons, except for this video at the bottom that shows you how to visualize the curve of the Earth. That's the only thing that idiot looked at. It's like, that's a cartoon. Like, you didn't look at the other stuff. Why didn't it start at the top? Here we go. All right, here's what Jesse did. Just, I'll go quick. He found this lake here, right? Went this distance across the lake, set up things to measure a specific elevation above the surface of water. Here's the target. Right, there's the measurement. Then he went to the other side. Here's his theodolite. Here's the measurement, showing everything's level. And then here's the actual view through the theodolite, which is not the measurement. The measurement is actually just the measurement, and you don't see it because he put his eye up there to measure it. But you can see it's a little bit hard here, but the crosshairs are well above the target. And so what he does then is he turns it down, angles it down to actually measure to the target. To get the actual numbers, he does it a bunch of times, and he comes up with this right here as his results. So flat earthers, you don't get to say there's no curve, because here is the measurement of it. He measured 0.15 feet of curve at 0.48 miles, so about half a mile. And guess what? That matches 8 inches per mile squared. He did it again longer. That one was a mile, half a mile. Here is the same setup, doing it at a mile long. Here's the path. Here's the measurements. I'll skip through quickly here. Here's a view through the theodolite. There it is again. and he did it both directions, shows everything's level. I'm jumping down to the actual data. You can look at it. I mean, he documented this well. Anybody that doesn't accept this, thinks it's wrong, is invited to do it themselves. Flighties won't do it themselves. They don't want to test it. But anyway, here's his results. If you look here, 1.38 miles, curve drop 1.28 feet. That matches 8 inches per mile squared. Amazing. So, flat earthers who say there's no curve, there's the measurement of the curve. So, yeah. All right. Mike Hatch says, wish you guys would all coordinate your live shows. Just woke up to hours of viewing and zero time to watch it all. I don't think, Mike Hatch, I don't know if there's enough time in the day to watch all of our stuff. But we do, Craig and I talk often about not overlapping, and there's a few more guys that are doing stuff. And so, DP Debunks and Drunk Debunk and Dave McKeegan, notably, we don't want to overlap each other. Definitely try not to. So, I think we do want to coordinate better. So I know Dave was in here. We need to make sure that we don't do it, because it's no fun to, I don't ever want to, start live streaming on top of somebody else. I don't want to do that. So anyway, I like Tuesday, 8 PM. That's the one I'm like, that's the tree I've been pissing on for 6 years. So like, that's the time. All the others I'm flexible with if somebody wants to do it. So anyway, Mr. X, Mr. Y, it would be ideal if two people measured the drop to each other's theodolites simultaneously. Well, funny thing, Jesse, Path of Light, not Jesse Kozlowski, has done exactly that, 2 theodolites at the same time. So Billy says, can the outro be Austin in a broken down van complaining that Nathan stole the money? I have the vid link. Yes. Send it, Billy J. Have you seen the Lake Minnewanka experiment by Dan Olson? I don't recall. Is that Folding Ideas? Is that the one you just sent? Yeah. Anyway, okay. I am going to wrap it up here. Billy J. All right. Let's see. All right. I will play that. Oh, poor Witsit. Poor guy. He's always the victim and never the victor. I don't feel bad for him. He's a dick. He got everything he deserves. Okay. Sign in to confirm you're not a bot. Seriously. What is going on, YouTube? Can I download it? Private content, login required. Sign in to confirm you're not a bot. Wow. 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 I can't play it in my... Jeez. All right. All right. I'll set it up. I'll do it. That's just wacky. How it won't let me. All right. But now I gotta set up a view to it, which I can do. Just gotta find it. Set up a scene. So, all right. There's that. you heard that a little bit. Okay. I'm almost there. Almost there. Is it wide aspect ratio? It looks like it's wide. All right. That's all right. Yeah, Witzit's cross-country thing was amazing. He was so awesome. Just kidding, he wasn't. Okay. X-Flatter Society says, for £10, hey man, thanks for the fun. Here's a deuce. Thank you very much. All right. And here we go. Here is Austin whining.
So I'm gonna give you all a little update. Right now, we are at the shop getting the RV fixed, and supposedly it's gonna cost like $800 to get the RV fixed with the alternator and all this other stuff. So to replace the alternator and then the labor is like $800. So we're trying to figure that out, and we're getting them to work on it now. So if anyone wants to make sure that the RV keeps going across the United States and feels inclined to help, no better time than now when we have to come up with $800 to keep the RV moving. A majority of the donations that were sent on behalf of the entire tour are, let's just say, MIA. And so if you donated money earlier, I hate to say it, but if you didn't donate it to me, then, we aren't in possession of it at all. And so it's, if you want to help with the tour expenses, you have to send it to me, frankly. You have to. So now you get it. It is what it is. So
you got my money?
Again, strictly and solely send the donations to Witsit at Proton Mail for PayPal and $, Witsit Gets It on Cash App. It's the only way the money will actually go to the RV and to the Clown World Tour. If you send it to someone else, I have no say as to where it goes. Just so you know, it has nothing to do with the RV and the tour.
So, it's been 24 hours. Got my money? Oh, you know what? Just give me till next Friday. I'll have it for you.
Can I send it to Nathan? No. That's my whole point. I told everyone to send it to him, and now we're sitting here with $800 bill for the RV where all the donations that went to the tour aren't going to help fix it. I don't want to get into too much detail because then I won't be taking the higher road anymore. So there you go. If you want the money to actually go to the tour and to the RV and to the expenses for the gas and the propane and the repairs and the food, it has to be sent to me. I'm the only one that of the two that's even with the RV. So.
Where's my money? Where's my money?